We'll call our meeting to order. We'll start our meeting off today with an invocation from Supervisor Mike Carter and a pledge of allegiance by Supervisor Leland Mitchell. Stand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see everybody here today. Todd, welcome back. We've missed you at our meetings. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this day. As we enter into this Easter season, we thank you and all you have done for us and the people of Franklin County. And from Ephesians, I would like to read a verse, "Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other just as in Christ forgave you." Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'd like to take a moment and recognize everybody that's with us today, some that we haven't seen in a while, trying to get a little bit of normalcy back in the boards and what everything is going on. As was mentioned, it's good to see Todd here. He hadn't VDOT representative. He hadn't been here in about, 6-7 years now. And we're glad to see we're glad to see everybody back and everything. We've got some visitors here that we're going to recognize here in just a moment, and we're certainly glad to have them with us. All right, the agenda has been submitted. I need a motion for an approval on that.
So move.
Second.
Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll on that?
Sure. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Cedar?
Yes.
Supervisor Condit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson?
Yes, thank you. We have a fellow with us today that he's been in law enforcement for quite a while. Known him for several of those years, and it's good to have him with us today. Not only do we have retired Superintendent Bobby Russell, but his wife's with us today, and so is his father. And his father's with us. Now, Mr. Russell is a resident of our county, for you that don't know that, so it's good to have them. And I'm going to ask Bobby and his wife, Donna, if they will come forward, along with Mr. Russell, the dad, if he will come forward. And then we have David Cox with us today, who is the new interim director for the county regional jail that Franklin County is a part of. And then we've got several members of law enforcement that's here today. And I'm going to ask all of them if they will come up here to the front. And we got a presentation that we want to give. I'll come. Over here, please. Is this where you want everybody, Madam Clerk?
That's perfect. Phone ready for picture.
In or out of the picture for us?
That's all right.
Steve might have a better angle. He's got higher arms. He can reach over the barrier.
All right. Bob, we want to recognize you today with the resolution. Kent, Franklin County, whereas Bobby Russell was appointed as superintendent of the Western Virginia Regional Jail on July the 1st, 2010, and has faithfully and honorably served in this role for nearly 11 years. Whereas Superintendent Russell's leadership has resulted in a decade of consistent management and innovation that has drawn recognition from throughout the Commonwealth. Superintendent Russell has forged strong relationships with Western Virginia Regional Jail members, jurisdiction, and has been a resource of information and counsel to the Authority Board. And Superintendent Russell has consistently served the citizens of this region by his continuous work in the criminal justice field for 34 years. Superintendent Russell has served on the Criminal Justice Service Board and the boards of the Virginia Association of Regional Jails, Virginia Cares, Blue Ridge Behavioral Health Care, and several additional committees and projects. And Superintendent Russell has now retired from his position as superintendent of the Western Virginia Regional Jail and will be sorely missed by the members of the authority. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Franklin County Board of Supervisors expresses deepest gratitude to Superintendent Bobby Russell for his dedicated service and many accomplishments on behalf of Western Virginia Regional Jail, and wishes him all the best in his future endeavors.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Board members, thank you all for giving us the opportunity to celebrate this moment with Colonel Russell, his wife Donna, and his father, Mr. Russell. Thank you all for being here. You know, this is one of the distinct pleasures I think all of us have as elected officials when we have the opportunity to recognize outstanding leadership and individuals, whether it's in our community and government service, for the gratitude, the work that these individuals that reach the point of they can retire, and Colonel Russell, Bobby has chosen that path, and we're so excited for Colonel Russell. And as we met as a board of directors, and he first shared that with us, I walked away saddened for the fact that would not be able to on a day-to-day work with Bobby any further, but was so thankful that you had reached that point in your career. 34 years of service, dedicated service to the Roanoke Valley, and what that means, and you're walking away having been the pioneer of the beginning structure of that beautiful facility that services so many counties, Montgomery County, Roanoke County, the city of Salem, and Franklin County, and have done it in such a professional and amazing way. Unfortunately, I was reading the other day that unfortunately regional jail in the Tidewater area is not doing very well. There have been some management issues, but we can say that you have left the Western Regional Jail Authority in such a positive place with not only its members, but financially, and what you've done leadership, that you have set your successor up to be successful, and that is a huge amount of gratitude that we as Franklin County and other jurisdictions owe you for, in fact, doing that. So, having said that, I want to present you with this this little small but beautiful memorial for you to have to place wherever you feel, that is a reminder of the friendships that have been mentored and developed here in Franklin County, and what you have meant to us, and again for the success. For your success has been our success, and hopefully our success has been yours and over these years. So again, thank you so much for your service, Bobby, and I wish you the very best.
Bobby, you got something you want to say?
Sure.
All right, thank you for your time.
Wait, I'm good at following orders. I just want to say it's been an honor and a privilege to work with Franklin County. From Sheriff Overton, Sheriff and I have known each other for many, many, many years, and the Overton family and I go way, way back to the point when I was 16 years old, working at Belk. His father would come in, and he would buy a lot of stuff when I was there in sales, and have known him for so many years. But working with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, they are such an honorable, professional organization, and they were always so easy to work with. It was just amazing. It was never working for each other. We were always working together to accomplish the mission. And the Franklin County Sheriff's Office is deep in my heart. My father lives here in Franklin County, and I know on one particular occasion, I called the sheriff because I couldn't get in touch with my father at the lake. And he responded very quickly, got in touch with somebody, and sent somebody over to the house. Just amazing friendship and partnership. And I'll never forget what you did for me on that day to take care of my father and make sure everything was okay there. But the jail, working together with the Franklin County Jail and everybody in that agency has just been an amazing blessing for me. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I'm very, very humbled to be here, and thanks so much for everybody that did this. It certainly wasn't expected, but I'm very honored to be able to work with you guys and all that you've done. So thank you very, very much.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break, because I know everybody wants to say thank you and goodbye. Condolences.
No, that's yours. Madam Clerk, on our public comment, Lois Carlisle, is she here?
She is, yes, sir.
Miss Clary, I'm sure I messed up that name. Would you come forward, please? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello.
Take your mask
Can I
off.
remove
please.
my mask?
Take it off, please. Thank you, ma'am. Speaking to the mic.
Thank
Good to
you.
have you with us
I
today.
wear hearing aids, and with these masks, they all fall out. Thank you. I'm Lois Caleri, and I thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I work for Blue Ridge Legal Services, downtown Roanoke, and we partner with Enroll Virginia, which is a nonpartisan organization that's dedicated to helping people get affordable health care. And I do that through the Affordable Care Act and through Medicaid. And I brought packets. If you'd like, I can distribute them now, or I can give them to you.
Just give them to the clerk, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's lots of information in there. And we have some exciting news to report. One is that because President Biden signed the COVID-19 relief bill, in that bill, he also made changes to the Affordable Care Act. So now people whose family income is beyond 400% of the federal poverty level can still apply for health coverage and still get some tax credits. Up until now, we capped it at 400%. Now we can go beyond that, and it's going to be for a 2-year period. For Medicaid, one of the biggest changes is with the immigrants. In order to get Medicaid, they had to have a 40-quarter work history. Well, Virginia eliminated that 40-quarter work history, so they can apply for Medicaid. Our new open enrollment will end May 15th, so it's important for people to enroll before then. So I welcome any questions. I know I have 3 minutes, and I can speak for hours on this subject, and I'm sure you don't want to hear that. So if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Anybody have any questions for Ms. Clary?
No, just thank you for all
Thank
that
you.
you do.
Well, thank you. I will add one thing, though. We are grant funded, and so we don't charge for our services. And right now, Virginia is in transition from going from the federal marketplace to having our own state health exchange. So that should go into effect in 2023. So that was another exciting development. And I think that was the main thing. So new open enrollment ending May 15th, and so now's the time to do that. I'm in Roanoke. I offer consumers 3 options. They could either meet with me in person, we meet at a church, we wear our masks, I bring all my cleansing agents, or we do this over the phone, or we do Zoom meetings. So they have that choice.
We have your card in this pamphlet that you gave us.
I'm sorry?
Packet that you gave us, we have your card and contact information.
Yep, all my contact information is in there, and they could call me at any time. I work Monday through, oh, my time is up? Oh, okay. Well, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a good day.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
I do have a question,
Yep.
whether we can do this or not. So with this being a good resource for our citizens, can we put this on our website since it's grant funded through the state?
Yes, I
As
think,
just a resource?
yeah, Mr. Mitchell, in fact, we have several websites, and Blue Ridge Legal Services may already be. We'll check.
Okay.
I think our Family Resource Center has, and Social Services and other agencies here, but we'll check and
Okay.
be glad to
Thank
put a
you.
link to the Blue Ridge Legal Services site. Your website, we will be glad to post that on with the resource information.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Sure,
Thank
we'll
you.
Look into that.
You have a good day.
Have a
you.
good
You
evening.
too.
All right. The consent, I can't even talk, the consent agenda. I'd like to remind everyone that questions concerning the consent agenda please contact staff prior to the board meeting to see if those questions can be answered. But if not, we'll get them taken care of during the meeting. We have anybody got anything or comments about the consent agenda? Yes, sir.
I have one item that I have a question about, and I apologize for not submitting it earlier, but it just came up for me. And that's in item number 3.
Number 3?
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that we need to pull, or is it just a question?
It's just a question, and Mr. Ferguson's here, and I'm pretty sure he can answer it for me. Item number 3, the vehicle for Callaway. I see it's on the consent agenda for approval, but yet I never saw that before the vehicle committee to be reviewed. And I was told it's because that they're paying for it themselves.
Right, yeah, they're fully funding it. It will be co-titled. I have the check in hand to pay for it. It's just, they're just asking permission for us to acquire it off state contract.
Okay, that answers my question, and I just knew I hadn't seen it. I want to make sure it wasn't oversight on my part that I didn't see it, but that takes care of that.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull number 1.
Number 1?
Yes,
You
sir.
want to pull it, or is there a question?
Pull it, please.
All right, anyone else?
I just have a quick question on number 4.
All right, what's that?
Make sure I'm just reading it correctly. Is it $12.74 or $10 more a month?
Mr. Mitchell, it depends on the plan that you choose, so the answer could be both.
Could be both, okay.
Yeah,
That's what I
the way
thought.
that this is laid out, the top half of that chart that you're looking at is the 31,000 plan. The
Mr.
bottom.
Carter, will you take?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The bottom is the high deductible health plan. So the increase for the employee, if they chose the family plan, which is the highest one, would be $12.74 a month.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyone else? All right, let's take some actions on 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What's your pleasure?
Make a motion we approve as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, will we do a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, on number 1, Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask Mr. Sandy to come. Mr. Sandy, I just wanted to just get some kind of idea, from a very simplistic standpoint, if that's possible, regarding the revenue sharing and moving money and going to the CTB about that, and really just, is there a simple way to explain this to us as it
Sure.
relates to
I'll
the
try.
business part?
Yeah, I'll attempt. So the matter that's before you is a resolution to authorize VDOT to shift funding from one revenue sharing project at Summit View to another. And with Summit View, there's about 6 different concurrent projects as far as VDOT is concerned. They have the different project numbers for different projects within the park. And so the recent funding of about $10 million that we got through revenue sharing was all placed on one existing revenue sharing project. The reason for that was it makes it what they call a tier 1 project, which means we get a higher priority. So it was good. That was good in our favor. But basically what it's done is it's put a lot more money on one project than we actually need for that project. So this authorizes VDOT to be able to shift it basically from one project to another, still at Summit View, but be able to shift it from one project to another. And it helps us kind of maximize the amount of cost sharing that we have with VDOT. So we're not losing any money. We're not, it's not requiring any additional county funding, anything like that. It's, in a simplistic way, it's just allowing VDOT to transfer from one line item to another within the Summit View projects.
Yeah, my initial thought, and you've cleared that up, was about any delays or change in schedule relative to the signalization on 220. And so basically those things are still intact?
Correct.
Okay.
This actually allows us, VDOT is, the district office is always very helpful, and so this is actually helping us keep our projects moving along because it's freeing up dollars to allow us to do the engineering on the connector road and get those parts of that project going. When it comes to the signal project, that one, the funding is all still there. However, the signal installation itself is really not going to happen until that connector road is complete.
Right.
And so we've got all the engineering done, but now the focus will be on finishing the connector road. The last part of that will be putting in those signals and getting those signals installed.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy. I appreciate it.
Sure, and the reason we need the resolution today is for the CTB to then take it up at their April meeting, and then those funds can be moved at that point.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chairman, with that in mind, I would offer a motion to approve number 1.
Okay, anyone else got any comment on that or questions?
A second.
Ms. Smith, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead. I just make a motion that we approve the authorization to move forward with the VDOT revenue sharing fund transfer.
Second.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Teeter,
Yes.
Supervisor Condit,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Mr. Daniels, good to have you here with us today, buddy. Might want to introduce yourself. Tell everybody who you are.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it is very nice to be here today in person for a change. Telephones are great, but they're not for meetings. But I saw Mr. Carter before the meeting, and he commented on not seeing me for a while, and I told him that coming over here, I was contemplating how I would address the board, and thought I might have to introduce myself, and some of you may not remember, but hopefully that's not the case. Mr. Chairman, got a normal report this month, and then be glad to take any questions. You all have the report in front of you. A couple highlights I want to make, starting on page 1. Route 657, Red Valley, we completed a low water structure replacement. We've been trying to do several of those throughout the county, one at a time, and we've been in progress. And that is one that we recently completed. Moving on to projects ongoing or upcoming, K Fork Road, we're making some progress. Mr. Cundiff, we plan a start in May on the structure that is washed out. So there's 2 pipe on K Fork that need attention. I'm fairly confident in the May start. Our desire is to move to the 2nd pipe, which is a little further to the east, and replace it as well. It's not washed out, but it's not in great shape. So if everything works out with our environmental certifications and what have you, we will progress to the 2nd pipe, but that's a little bit tentative. But a May start on the one that I think's been on your radar for several years. So that's good news. Right now, Rufus Road, Route 759 is a low water structure we're working on. It is currently closed, and we're hoping to open that in early May. Another one that is closed today, it's not a low water structure, but a culvert, Route 795, Stave Mill Road, just a little bit west of us here. It's a pretty significant pipe under that roadway, and it's failing, and we're replacing that. We're currently working on that. 688 Poteet Road, we've got some bridge work coming up. We just got to do some work on the timber deck. Hopefully that begins in a week or two, around March 22nd is the plan. That doesn't require a closure. Jumping on down to the last item, Foothills Road is actually closed. It closed today, and we're replacing that structure with a concrete slab, which will remove any weight restrictions and what have you. On to page 2, Route 602 Farron Mountain Road, we had that scheduled to be closed on beginning March 22nd. We've had some issues with some utility relocation, so that's actually been delayed. We don't have a start date yet, but as soon as we do, we'll get that back out to all of our county partners that get notified when we close a road. Jumping down to the last item on page 2, our 122 bridge over Blackwater is complete. We wrapped that up. The contractor's completed all his work. So that's another structure in our inventory that we have now replaced. On to page 3, the first item is our Route 40 bridge over Tharp Creek on the western end of the county. Dry Hill Road is our detour, and we get several calls on that detour. We're taking primary traffic, Route 40 traffic, which is not a huge volume, but it's traffic that's used to a primary road, and we're putting them on Dry Hill Road, which is an unmarked secondary. One thing we are going to do to help the situation, later this month, early April, it'll be completely dictated by weather, we are going to mark a center line on Dry Hill. Just one thing to note about that center line, it will mark it for the detour. Depending on volumes, we may not retrace it at some point in the future because the center line markings are related to traffic volumes on a given roadway. So it's something that sometimes happens. We will do this. We'll mark for a detour for a project, and then we don't retrace it 3 years from now. And it will fade, most definitely fade. Some of the roadway users, the landowners, they ask us to remark it, and they don't always understand why we don't. But I make that note so everybody's aware. We'll address that when it comes, but just a note. Route 220 northbound, basically from Bondbrook Mill up to Whispering Creek in Boone's Mill. We're doing some shoulder improvements. That's currently underway. Jumping down to my last item I have highlighted under project status is the Hardy Road 122 roundabout. Caton Construction Group out of Hillsville was the apparent low bidder. I don't think the contract has been signed just yet, but that is soon to happen, and we are on schedule to go to work this year and get the traffic on the roundabout this year. I noted last month about the fixed completion date in the contract being May, which admittedly caught my attention. But I reached out to the construction group, and we've got a substantial completion clause in the contract for November to get us on the roundabout. If you remember, the work after November through the winter and predominantly in the spring of 22 is going to be demolishing the old 636 because we're moving away from it just a little bit. There'll be some cleanup work to do, some seeding and fine grading and that sort of thing. The main thing is we'll be in our pattern with the roundabout. So that's the key to that message. And that is the extent of my highlights for the month, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anyone got any questions?
I have a couple. Mr. Daniels, welcome back.
Thank you,
Good to
sir.
see you. I mentioned to you last month, Pembroke Road.
Yes.
In Ferrum, that's brought up some concern with the way the water is cutting out above the bridge. And I'm afraid if we get a heavy rain event, it's just going to keep eating out and eventually bypass the bridge. I just wanted to bring that up to see if you had an opportunity.
We reached out. We did a little research after you asked, Mr. Tatum, and we're pleased to find out that our area headquarters is ahead of us. They've already worked with our environmental group. We are waiting on some environmental certification to do the work because it does require working with the stream. But the plan is to basically, with a class one, a riprap, like you see all over the lake and what have you, we're going to armor that slope, that bank, to keep it from eroding into that bank. And we think that'll kind of arrest the problem.
Okay. And my second issue, with the detour going around Dry Hill, I've noticed a lot of traffic is turning onto Brandy Oak, which is a gravel road. It's a shortcut that cuts over, it basically cuts Dry Hill in two, just go over the mountain. You may get your people to keep a check on it. It may need some scraping or some upgrades with all the added traffic going on.
We'll definitely, I'm glad you brought that up. We will pay attention to that because then that can sometimes happen and it does require extra attention when it does. So, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Daniels.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you tell all your guys thank you so much for their response during the ice event. I was out there with them for hours. It was a brutal day, but thank them so much. I would like to ask you to maybe look into something for me at Carolina Springs and Hopkins Road.
Okay.
That intersection right there, the stop sign, it's getting worse and worse. The sheriff's office might be able to help me with this too. The traffic that's coming up Hopkins Road to Carolina Springs, they just cut on the opposite side of the road. Instead of having to go up and turn around the stop sign, they just cut the corner. A lot of citizens, myself, my wife, neighbors, getting pretty close to getting hit head on, especially by the semi-milk trucks. If we can look, I don't know what we could do. If we could maybe move the stop sign back a little bit, move it to the right a little bit as you're coming to Hopkins Road. But it's starting to become pretty bad. We've got people that aren't even checking up, cutting through there, running 60 miles an hour. We're going to have a bad accident there one day, and I would appreciate
Yeah,
it.
we'll take a look at it. It may be something we can do with stop sign location, other signs. We'll take a look at it.
I appreciate it.
Ms. Smith?
Hi, Todd. Welcome back. Just a quick question on Burnt Chimney Road and Scruggs intersection with that shoulder widening. Has that been concluded to be all that can or should be done there? I know there were some citizen concerns about that, but I'm really paying a lot of attention to that. I'm down there, through there every day almost. There's a lot of traffic stacking going on Burnt Chimney Road. Is the shoulder widening going to be the extent of anything that's done there?
Now, Ms. Smith, you talking about the upcoming shoulder widening project that we've talked about? Well, so at Burnt Chimney and Brooks Mill, of course, we've still got the roundabout project that is under development and what have you. The shoulder widening that will go from Burnt Chimney across Brooks Mill to Scruggs. We've got that project coming up that hasn't been advertised yet, but will be soon.
Right.
And I appreciate you asking, because there's a timeliness to this whole thing in the Burnt Chimney, Brooks Mill area. We should, if everything goes according to plan, our shoulder widening project from Burnt Chimney to Scruggs on Brooks Mill will be completed, but not long before our roundabout project kicks off. So there's going to be some disruption right there around the Dudley School for a little while, but very good improvements once we do get through. That's all that's on my radar today. It sounds like we may need to look at something, and when you say it stacks up on Burnt Chimney.
I'm looking, over toward at Scruggs, where we intersect at Scruggs, where we had looked at a potential smart scale project there. And I was wondering if VDOT has come to a conclusion about what should be done there, if anything. I know that Ms. Overstreet gave some public comment on that. She's very vigilant about observing that intersection. So I just wondered about that.
So we literally just got the survey completed this week. We've got notification from our survey crew. We will be planning a meeting very soon in the field that includes Ms. Overstreet. As far as developing a project, we have not developed a project. Our meeting with Ms. Overstreet is in an effort to figure out what we can do and engaging her in the conversation.
Good.
As you know, she owns basically the right of the property all around that intersection, so she is by all means key to those decisions. That will be coming fairly soon. We don't have a date yet. I'll step out here a little bit and say I'd say within the next month I would say we're going to meet with her, and maybe quicker than that.
Yes.
Some of that depends on her schedule.
You saw where we had that accident there last week, took out a pole, I guess it was a telephone pole, and snapped it in half right there on that corner.
Yeah, I don't know what type of utility, but
Yeah, I don't either. But thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cuddy?
Daniel, good seeing you, sir.
You too.
You look better in person than you do on the phone. I agree 100%.
Some would debate that. I've got a radio face.
But no, I noticed on Route 40, there's a lot of signs down, and especially when I turn on my road, 673, that sign's been down for a good 2 months. And I know they have GPS and stuff, but still like to see the signs. And there's several intersections where you're coming out on 40, the sign is either dropped or gone. So if you don't mind, I'd appreciate you checking into that.
And you're talking about, VDOT signs, not street name signs, but route signs.
Yeah, you see a sign that says, 40 west, east,
Yes,
whatever
sir.
like that.
Yes, sir.
But I notice my sign has been down now for about 2 months. And I appreciate you checking into it, sir. And I appreciate you telling me about K4. Thank you much.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being good to see you.
You too.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I will speed along the finance report, there's not a lot of new information in here, similar to what you've heard before, but by all means, please stop me if you have a question. So information through the end of February. We'd be 8 months through the fiscal year. It's about 66% of the budget. Looking at the revenues, everything is trending well. The main thing that we're seeing a drop off in is where it says revenue from use of money and property. That's our interest earnings. It's down significantly, even more than we anticipated at the start of the year. As far as expenditures go, the only thing that is really out of typically a 5% ratio is public safety, the function of it. It's 73%. You'll see that again later, but that's the CARES Act money that we have spent during this fiscal year. So to graph out the revenues for you, you can see we do have some increases in revenues. We'll go a little bit down that, but when you look at the overall county general fund, you can see it's not a lot of revenue growth. It's fairly consistent with the prior year. So to break it down a little bit more, in general property taxes, it's up a little over $2 million. And so that's mostly driven by real estate growth. Other local taxes is up about $1 million. That's mostly driven by sales tax growth. And we're trending about in line. We're down a little bit with state revenue, but that's usually timing. So real estate tax is up almost $2.4 million compared to the same time last year. That's about 6% growth, so that is capturing what we would expect with the reassessment. And you can see as percent of budget, we are a little over 100%, so we budgeted conservatively. So our collections are coming in better than we would have anticipated, which is a good thing. Personal property is, we are seeing an increase. You can see it's only a little over $10,000. When compared to the prior year, it's about a 0.1% increase. Typically, we'd like to see a 3 or 4% increase. So we are, at least I am, a tad concerned that I'm not seeing that level of growth. However, from a budgetary perspective, we backed it. We were so conservative in what we thought we would get. We are exceeding budget. We're at 106% of budget. So budgetarily, we're in good shape, but from a personal property tax standpoint, an actual year over year, it's not trending as high as we would like. So for local sales tax, we're seeing a similar thing in that the increases about $618,000. We're almost at 92% of budget. It's about a 16.4% increase over the prior year. The big jump in the blue line, if you remember, we're 2 months behind. So February, that is the December sales tax collection. So that's the Christmas season. So with online sales taxes, we're not seeing a drop off. So that's helpful. Meals tax continues to fall behind. It's still, as a percent of budget, trending well. We're almost at 100% of budget for the fiscal year, but we're still down 1.3% compared to an actual year over year. So not as bad. We anticipated 25, but it's still down. Occupancy continues to trend about 50%, 52.3 in this case, above prior year. That only ends up being about $60,000, but it is indicative of the sales at the lake, the short-term rentals, and the economy in general. So expenditures, you can see for February, graphically, there's a little bit of a drop-off. Most of that is timing. A lot of that ends up being when we receive federal and state revenue, particularly in relation to the school system, because the local county funding ebbs and flows based on how much state or federal money they get in any given month. So on to break that down a little further, everything is pretty much trending in line with the exception of the public safety function. And again, as I mentioned, that is CARES Act money. To date, we have spent approximately $7.5 million in CARES Act money for this fiscal year. So that's pretty much your difference there, why it's skewed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Wasn't it like 9.8 million in CARES?
We spent some in the prior fiscal year. We received the first batch in June, and we spent probably, I was thinking it was about close to $1 million by the time we went back and captured public safety salaries. But that's most of your difference. We're basically 30,000 left to spend by the end of the month, and that's mostly an invoice for broadband, and then that CARES Act money will be fully spent.
So I thought all the money had to be spent before in December 31, 2020.
Well, it did. And then on December 27th, I think it was, the federal government extended it for a year. So it's actually December 31st, 2021. However, we had obligated all of that money ahead of time and spent it anyway. What we did was we used it for public safety salary, so that generated all those reserves, so we had local money.
Was there about $3 million in one of those reserves?
Yes, all combined, we allocated $3 million.
What is that reserve account called?
We put $1 million to budget stabilization, $500,000 to COVID contingency, $500,000 to discretionary contingency, about $400 for broadband, and then I think there was another small change. I'm missing the last one, but that got us to $3 million. We've since allocated $200,000 for volunteer bonuses from the discretionary, I believe it was, or COVID contingency. And we also pulled $200,000 out of discretionary for the purchase of the Snow Creek fire apparatus. So they've dropped a little bit, but that was the original allocation to get you to $3 million.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you.
So as far as breaking down the social services CSA, they are up a little bit, or social services is, but all in all, compared year over year, it's fine. There's no concerns there. It's actually refreshing that we're not looking at double-digit increases in those programs. Fund balance, as of right now, there's really been no change from last month. We're still at $2.9 million above our 20% policy minimum. With that, I'd be happy to try and answer any further questions.
Mr.
Anyone
Chairman,
else?
if I may.
Go ahead.
Brian, have we heard anything from the Commissioner of Revenue's office with regard to the MVP equipment?
To the extent that I know we have assessed values for the current year budget. I know we had collected about $700,000 so far in this fiscal year. That's been a while since I checked that number. It could be a little higher now. And there is an anticipation that we'll have that again. I think it was a little lower based on the commissioner. But that assessed value has been incorporated in our personal property. It's just been lumped in.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Sandy.
There it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got two carryover items from land use from public hearings that you had last month. So I'll go through those. The first one is a special use permit for Jeff and Lori Dupier, the farm at Cedar Ridge. Again, this was a special use permit in the R1 zoning district to allow a private club. They were doing some yoga activities in the barn, if you recall. And they also some outdoor activities in the lavender field. Just a little update and summary from the last meeting. So, of course, at your last meeting, you did hold the public hearing and close that public hearing, but tabled that action till today's meeting. Supervisor Cundiff had a few questions that he wanted to get resolved prior to bringing that back. And so on the 24th of February, I met with Supervisor Cundiff, and we met with the Dupiers out on their property, looked at the acreage needed for the request, and tried to determine the answers to some of those questions that Supervisor Cundiff had. It was decided that the special use location should remain in the front portion of the property. If you recall, the total acreage of this lot was about 32 acres. The Planning Commission had recommended that they only use 10 acres of that for this activity. We've now actually reduced that down to 5 acres based on our conversation out in the field with the Dupiers and with Supervisor Cundiff. And I'll show you a map of what that looks like, but we've narrowed it down basically to include the barn, the driveway area, the lavender fields, the vineyard, and then also access to the adjacent property, which is the salt spa. And because what we were told when we met out in the field is that people will walk from the salt spa over to their adjoining property, to the barn, and to the lavender fields as part of their activities. And so Again, this is outlined in blue is the total 32 acres. However, this outlined in the dark black is actually the 5 acres. And again, it's configured in such a way to take in the barn, the driveway, the lavender fields, which are here, the vineyard, which is here. And then there's actually a walking trail which comes down from the salt spa, which is here on this property. And so people can access the adjacent property here through that walking trail. This area turns out to be right at 5 acres, which is what we had talked with the Dupiers out in the field. Subsequent to that February 24th meeting, we also had the fire marshal and building official look at the barn structure that was being used for some of the yoga activities. They also met with the Dupiers on the property, looked at the structure. The building official determined that the barn is agricultural in use and would be exempt from the building code requirements, but there were a few suggestions that the building official had to make primarily the stairway going up to the second level to make that safer. And so these were discussed with the applicant about adding a landing at the bottom, basically to keep all the height of the steps the same so someone didn't trip. Also enclosing the stair risers, configuring the handrail that goes up along the stairs so it's continuous, and then installing fire extinguishers in there as well. The fire marshal was also in concurrence with the building official that this was primarily a farm structure and would be exempt from the fire prevention code. So based on those, I'm sorry, you have...
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Now, the fire marshal knows that this building's gonna be used for yoga?
Correct,
Yeah.
correct, with the limitation of no more than 20 people at any time.
Okay, but I mean, he knows the building what it's gonna be used for.
Correct.
I'm catching a little slack on this agriculture thing. But, I mean, he approved it knowing what it's gonna be used for.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And, you know, there's a lot of these, how do I say it? I don't know if they're necessarily commercial uses, but there's a lot of uses of farm structures which the General Assembly has exempted. So weddings is a typical one that we see, weddings in barns. Those barns don't have to be upgraded to all the building code and fire marshal standards if the primary use of the structure is agriculture. So that's kind of the dividing line. Once it becomes, if they're doing wedding venues all the time and no farming activities, then they have to comply. If the predominant use is agriculture, they don't have to comply. And that's really kind of that threshold that we see on those type of structures. But there's a lot of these farm agribusinesses and different farming activities that are using a lot of the structures on the farm, and the General Assembly has exempted a lot of those from these requirements.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Are they exempt from normal, what you would say, fire protection? I mean, do they have to have fire extinguishers or any water supply, or just?
The feedback that I got from both the fire marshal and the building official is that this structure would be exempt. Now, again, the building official and the fire marshal have recommended that they put in fire extinguishers, and we are actually proposing that as a condition, that be required in this particular case. So based on those findings and discussions, we've made a few amendments to the recommended conditions. And so I'll go through those and read those. That condition number 1, that the activities of the club, the private club, should be limited to the members only, and that the activities are of a recreational and educational nature. Yoga, meditation are the ones that have been talked about, nature walks, and different kind of workshops that may be held on the property. There'll be no overnight lodging or short-term rental on the property. The club hours, the hours of any of these workshops and activities would be only between 10 and 5. The class group sizes and the activities shall be limited to no more than 20 people at a time. Number 5 is probably the biggest change because it adds those recommendations from the building official. Everything needs to be approved by the health department. If there's any kind of restroom facilities, no portable toilets proposed for the site. And then the following structure modifications shall be completed and finished prior to conducting any events in there. And those were the 4 that I read previously, mainly with the stairs and adding fire extinguishers. Number 6 was another change where there'll be no vehicle access from Cedar Ridge or Cedar Bay. And so, again, going back to this, what we were told was that people will be coming here, parking here, and then walking across to the activities over here. And so in order to reduce additional traffic on Cedar Ridge, the suggested condition is that people will park over here and walk or access the property through that area.
Mr. Sandy, how will that be policed?
Which part?
The keeping the traffic off the state roads?
Well, by not allowing people to come that way and park on the property that way, we're just, the only way that can happen, the only way people would then be able to access the site is parking over at the salt spa. So that'll be, a lot of that'll be up to the owner, making sure that people know for these workshops they have to park over there at the salt spa, and then they would walk over with them for any activities on the farm. So as far as on the public road, no, we can't really necessarily regulate that, but what we're trying to get at is that people won't come that way to park on the farm property.
Are there other entrances and exits on the property?
No, sir. So it'd really be coming down David Lane, parking here, and then walking along the path that connects to the property here.
Mr. Chairman.
And I think, the Dupiers are here, and they might be able to answer some additional questions, but I think the predominant activities are going to be here at the salt spa. These activities here on the farm are more of an occasional use, is my understanding.
Mr. Mitchell. I just have a question on the private club. Are there any restrictions on what they can hold in a private club, or is this open for whatever they want to do?
Well, based on condition number 1, we've limited to only recreational, educational type classes. And those are, we've described what we mean there, the yoga, meditation classes, nature walks, lectures, workshops. Again, I think primarily what they're looking at is the activities will be at the salt spa. But if people wanted to walk over to the lavender field, or they wanted to go over to the barn and have a yoga class, they could do that in these particular cases. It's the same as restrooms. They have restrooms at the salt spa. So I think this is, I don't know if I can use the term, it's almost kind of overflow going onto the farm property for some of these other activities. And then the other limiting factor, Mr. Mitchell, is number 4, is that 20 people. So they're limited to a total number of 20 people for any activity on that farm property.
Ms. Smith?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to share with the board, I do not have any intention of supporting this. And the reason that I'm not going to support it is because we've got an R1 district. And we're, basically what we are going to be saying here is that we're going to allow business enterprise in R1 districts. And that simply goes against our comp plan. It goes against our land use policies, and that's why I guess the special use permit is required. And I'm further, quite frankly, a little shocked about the exemption with fire, and still regarding this as exempted as agricultural in a barn. There's going to be a business running in this with this application, and I think we're setting a bad precedent. And obviously, I think there are things within the file that indicate that a winery may be down the road and so forth, and we're injecting business traffic in a residential area, and for that reason, I can't support this.
Mr. Taylor?
My understanding, there's a limitation, no more than 20 people allowed to participate. And if we do approve the special use permit, if we find out in the future that there are violations, this board has the authority to withdraw that special use permit. Is that correct?
We could come back through the same process and withdraw the special use permit.
Okay.
You had one more. Or did you do all?
Did
everything?
I? Oh, yeah, you're right. Number 7, Basically just references the map that, you know, they'll only use the area outlined on the map when it pertains to this farm property.
Any questions or comments for Mr.
I have one.
Go ahead, Mr. Cundy.
All right. We're basically not changing the R1 status, correct? It's still
Correct.
gonna be R1.
Correct. It's not a rezoning. It'll still be zoned.
It's just
R1.
gonna be, we're not rezoning, correct?
Correct.
It's just still gonna be R1, but yet it's gonna be very limited on what they can do. Now, my suggestion is that if you do come back before the board again, you're gonna have to get that A1 going. I agree with Ms. Smith on one point, and that is, I don't want to be detrimental to R1. But because of the COVID virus, they've asked you to use the barn for yoga classes. And I'm hoping when the restrictions are lifted that you'll put the yoga back into the salt house. But I just want people to understand that we're not changing R1. We're just giving a special use permit to get to the barn for their yoga classes, correct?
Well, it wouldn't just have to be yoga. It could be some of the others that we mentioned in number one, you know,
Right.
meditation or workshops, but yes.
But I'm saying though, but yet it can only be 20 people at any time.
Correct. Based on the current proposed conditions, yes.
Okay. All right, but I just want people to understand that we're not changing from R1 to anything else. It's gonna continue to stay R1. But like I said, I strongly suggest if they wanna do something different, then they need to go down to the A1, and they have it on the place to do it. I'm just trying to get them through the yoga class, and that's basically about it. But I just want people to understand what I'm trying to do. And like I said, and another thing bothers me too is this private club. I don't like the way that's worded. And I know you and I discussed that, and you said it had to be. Is that correct?
Well, that's what the request was for. That's what we advertised for, was a private club. Yes.
Well, I still like limited membership. So, but anyway, I just want people to understand what I see. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I think that was it. I'm happy to answer any other questions, or I think
Mitchell,
Mr. Mitchell may have had a question.
So, me and you just had a discussion on something that came up in my district over agritourism, correct? Isn't that the route they were trying to go down? Would this be agritourism?
Yeah, I think it falls under the same kind of exemption because the primary use of this structure is still agriculture.
So will you pull the map back up again?
Yep.
So when I look at that map, there's not a single home that this 5 acres butts up to, correct?
Correct. Except for the Dupiers, I guess. I think their house is on this.
They live in the
lot.
garage, right? Isn't it a garage y'all turned into an apartment? I'm just familiar with the property, right?
Right on, about in this area right in here. And so there's a vineyard right here. It's a little hard to see. There's a lavender field here. The barn is here. There's some goats, I think. Some goats on the property.
So would it be safe to say, Mr. Miss Dupier, is it about 50-50 support from the Cedar Ridge neighborhood? Or 50-50, 50% want, 50% don't?
That's not
Yeah, because, I got a list here that has close to 40 names, and I pulled up my map. There are several in the neighborhood, but we've been getting a lot of emails from you in opposition.
Yeah,
I've been confused about this one ever since the get-go. I'm just... Let me ask you this. Because I keep hearing, was it commercial activities? What's everybody that's supposed to keep referring to it as?
Yeah, I think what I've read a lot is that they think this will be the first step to more commercial type of uses of the property.
But we're limiting to 20 people, which is a large
Right,
gathering.
and I think from the zoning administrator's perspective, I think we've severely limited the possibility of that happening by the conditions that have been placed on the property.
Have we expressed that to the people who are in opposition? Have some of them that were in opposition
Yeah, so
since
we
turned
discussed-
to maybe being in support?
Again, I can't speak for all of them, but I think they see any approval is starting a process of more commercial use on the property. So I think that's what I've read in most of those comments is that that's the way they feel.
Mr. Cundiff said there's part of this property that is zoned A1. Are you talking about the property that where the salt house is?
Well,
or is there part of this tract that's
it's not
A1?
the same track. The Dupiers do own these tracks over here, which are zoned A1. They're separate parcels. The salt spa is on a separate parcel that's zoned A1. Special use permit was issued for that a couple of years ago.
So the benefit of them doing this is they don't have to build a structure for yoga classes. Is that the biggest reason why y'all are doing
Or
this?
clear land for the farm, like the lavender field and those kind of things. Because those are already in existence on the field, on the farm on this 32 acres.
You through, Mr. Mitchell?
I'm still thinking. I don't know what to do. I'm done.
Tatum, Mr. Tatum?
And
You
we
said-
have already held the public hearing, so this is
Yeah.
not a public hearing.
A
but
public hearing.
There is a draft resolution.
Mr. Tatum has a question.
I have
Mr. Sandy.
one thing else. With a limitation of 20 people per activity, and we're looking at a size of land the size of a baseball field, for me, I just have a hard time seeing how that's going to be a problem. Now, I don't live down there, and I don't own property down there, so my suggestion, if we do approve this special use permit, if it does, create a problem that's recognized by the community, they need to bring those to us and so that we can review this. I understand, some people have issues about allowing a business to start in a residential area. But for me, 20 people on a site this big, we have family get-togethers that have more than 20 people. And, my questions have been answered as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to support it. I recognize some of the concerns and I've read every email that's been forwarded to me over the last couple of weeks and take them all into consideration. But with these changes that have, and stipulations that have been put with it, with the limitation on people allowed, and with it being cut down from 10 acres to a 5-acre area that's encompassing into an even tighter area where it's not, in my opinion, not close to anyone else's house, I can't see a problem. At least I'm not recognizing it. But that's just where I'm at. Thank you.
Any more? I've got a question. Mr. Sandy, this is not the first time that these folks have been here wanting to change the restrictions or do something with this property, correct?
That's correct. So I want to say maybe 6 years ago, 7 years ago, there was a rezoning request on the property to change it back to A1 at that
They
time.
wanted to change it back to A1 at that time.
Rezone it from residential to agriculture, correct.
And now they're asking to go from A1 to a special use permit.
I'm sorry?
Now they're asking to go from A1 to a special use permit.
No, so it was never rezoned to A1 at that time. 5 or 6 years ago, it was never, I think there was public opposition at that time, and so it was never changed. After that, the next step was the salt spa, which was a special use permit was issued for this property, separate piece, but adjoining to build the salt spa, which has now been built. And so then they came back, again, due to COVID and having to use the barn and space out, they came back in asking for permission to utilize that portion of the farm for this. And I think the initial thought was, well, if we make it A1, it just meshes with the adjoining property that's A1. That application for rezoning was subsequently withdrawn, and now they're simply asking for the special use permit in the R1, not changing the zoning, but just asking for the permission to do these private activities on the R1.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Sandy?
Steve, I am struggling with how staff thinks it's okay to have this use in R1. Can you explain that to me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think for us, I think it's because it's the limited scope of it and utilizing the farming features that are already on the property and being adjacent to the salt spa,
But it's A1. right?
The salt spa is A1, correct.
So we've
Correct.
got a difference of uses.
But, well, the use on the R1 property is agriculture currently. So the use of the property is and has always been agriculture. So we saw this basically as an extension of that activity that's already occurring there.
For services,
With the restrictions on it. Obviously, we're not suggesting, Walmart or anything like that, but with the restrictions that we've recommended, we felt like this would not be a significant impact on the community.
so do you agree that there's services being exchanged for money in terms of a business that's
Sure.
being created here
Sure.
in R1?
Sure.
Does that not run adverse?
I don't think so, because one of the other things you could do in R1 with a special use permit is you could have a swim club, for instance, and, that would require membership, require payment, those kind of things. So there's other kind of club activities and other kind of commercial uses, I think, that could be permitted with a special use permit again, which again is, is where your discretionary authority as a board comes in to whether or not it is a negative impact to the community.
Is there any more questions for Mr. Standy?
Do we currently have like private swim clubs in R1 zones in the county that you know of?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It is a permitted use and by special use permit in R1. So I can assume that maybe there's some, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
So what about, if you think about it, this might not be a good analogy, but I'm going to say it anyways. People that are running their business out of their homes in an R1, do you see that as no different, really?
We do allow a certain amount of home occupation by limited use in certain zoning districts as well. So I guess if you're saying there's some commercial activities in residential zones, there could be to some extent, to a small extent.
If they're doing something inside of a workshop or inside their basement, we'd never know about it.
Well, for us, it would have to qualify as like a home occupation, which has some limitations on what activities can occur, and generally that's the folks that live in the household. But by special use permit, there are a few what I would call minor commercial activities, like a swim club or something that could be permitted in R1. But again, that's by special use only, so it's not a by right use.
I must say that. I'm sorry.
Anyone else got any questions for
I have a
Mr.
question.
Sandy?
I have a question. Now, they've got, 2 or 3 other lots, A1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, I would suggest that
You're talking about these here?
Yeah, I suggest any future of what they want to do with the property should be based just on this A1. And like I said, the R1, I'm not too thrilled about it, but I will try to get them on this part. But next time, I expect they need to start looking towards A1 if they're going to do future whatever.
Any more questions for Mr. Sandy?
Thank you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think we're on a slippery slope here with this A1, R1. I don't like the terminology, private club. Typical club hours, 10 to 5, no more than 20 people. Well, if you have 20 people every hour, that adds up to a lot of people. I'm concerned about it being in an agricultural barn, safety issues. Because of a lot of these issues and some of the loose wording, I can't support that. That's just my opinion.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, I need a motion.
Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the special use permit for the 7 with the 7 stipulations. Or how many? I can't see what 7. Yeah, 7 stipulations.
Do we have a second?
Second motion.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please? First, read the motion back, please.
So I'm gonna read what's in the packet, but what was just passed out is
Right.
is the
Right.
updated.
Right.
This is what you're gonna go by, with what we've already got?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what-
Has anybody got any questions on this? This is Mr. Cundy's motion, correct? Mr. Cundy?
Right.
This is your motion?
Yes. The last handout, the 7 stipulations.
Okay. We
Yes.
got that in a second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Do I have to vote first? This is a serious question.
What?
Yeah.
Now, it always starts on this end?
Seems to.
It's called the hot seat, right?
I'm giving you 20 minutes.
What happens after 20 seconds?
Out of courtesy, on at 15. Supervisor Mitchell.
Does it come back to me after 20 seconds?
I just called your name. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell. Jeopardy music plays.
I have my concerns. Small business owner myself. I don't want to. I think planning and zoning commissions put a lot of effort into this. Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
No.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Hunter.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
That motion passes with 5-2 vote.
Madam Clerk, after starting with our next roll call vote, will you start staggering the votes, please? Start with Ms. Smith next.
Yes.
Do a stagger vote from, thank you, ma'am.
Chairman,
All right,
We
yes,
making
sir.
this up as we go?
could I make a comment to Mr. Ronald Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Is it seniority, Leland?
Yes, sir.
All right, I got you.
I sit over there for 14 years, started off first.
It'd just be nice to see what other people think every once in a while. I'm the
We're
trendsetter
making
over
this
here,
up
and I
as
don't
we
like
go,
it.
aren't we?
But it was always my question, why do you have to start with me?
We'll start staggering it from here on out. All right,
2 minutes?
Mr. Stanley?
Get Ms. Cooper for this
I mean, Miss, before we go into that, I got a question for our attorney. It's just, I'm not going into a closed meeting for this one. It's just, we already had everything and we done it and took a vote and it was a tie vote. Do we just do the same motion all over again and do the vote? Or do we have to go through the procedures and everything?
And once you've tabled it, it comes back in whatever format someone makes the motion.
So it can even be a new motion made?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cooper?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, other members of the board. As you well aware, we discussed this last month. We held our public hearing. This is an application for Lori Turner and Willard Construction of Smith Mountain Lake LLC owners. They're requesting the approval for the concept plan for a distillery, store, and a tasting room. It's located at the Westlake Town Center at 96 Builders Drive in the Gills Creek District. Basically, this area is also one of your designated growth areas for the Westlake Hillsford area. It's also have a zoning, future land use designation as commercial mixed use. The purpose of this request is to comply with Section 25-402, effective of approval of the concept plan of the Franklin County Code to ensure that such use will be in keeping with the purpose and design guidelines of the PCD district and your comprehensive plan. As I stated before, on February 16th of 2021, you held a public hearing to hear this request for a for a rezone to change the concept plan to make sure that this use was in guidelines with your PCD district and your design guidelines. There was some discussion that came up during this meeting. One of it was the difference between a tasting room and a bar restaurant. And in your packet, there was a table that showed the difference. One of the differences are a tasting room is an area generally within a structure devoted to the sampling of sales thereof of wine or beer or production of something on the premises, which would include the moonshine. A bar is established licensed to serve alcoholic beverages and is named after the counter or the bar on which the drinks are served. There was another different that a bar will offer a limited amount of food being served with the alcohol sales. A tasting room usually does not have a menu for food like a restaurant or a bar. I won't go through all of them because you have this in your packet. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Also, there was some discussion about the 3 ounce that you can have per day at this establishment for tasting. And one of the things that the board wanted to see was, how is this going to be controlled? How are you going to control somebody only having 3 ounces? Ms. Turner wrote you all a letter stating some of the questions that you asked, and this is direct from her letter. It could be accomplished with tickets that are purchased in advance, a cash register receipt, and our POS system. And the POS system is like a cash register scanner that can scan a driver's license, can be used in the distillery to track patrons on a daily basis that receive tasting each day, and their driver's license would be scanned. There was something else that she put in the letter that people had to go through different training. One of it was the RSVP, which is the Responsible Sellers and Servers of Virginia program, that has to be the training that her employees and managers will have to go through. And there's also the MART, which is the Manager's Alcohol Responsibility Training. And this is to consider for ABC managers and people to be able to serve in the tasting room. She also thought that some of the board members wanted to know about the compliance. So in the email that she sent to the board with her letter, she did offer the email address for Roger Stevens, who is her compliance officer. I will also say she has to hold license from the Virginia Department of ABC, and she also has distilled spirits plant license, and these were obtained in November before she started doing the special use permit. At this time, there are no additional restrictions proposed about the Franklin County ordinance or the Virginia ABC regulations that I want to bring for you. I guess keep in mind, this is one of your commercial areas. This is where you like to see commercial businesses. It is going with the intent of the policies and the goals and the strategies of the Westlake Hellsford plan that you adopted and your comprehensive plan. And I would be happy to answer any questions. Our recommendation is to approve this request for the PCD district.
Ms. Cooper, and you may or may not be able to answer this. I know as a tasting room, they're not required to offer a menu per se for food, but are they going to offer any type of, say, a form of snack or I know some tasting rooms offer, like if it's a wine tasting room, they offer cheeses, some offer like chips, different things of this nature. Will that be offered?
I'm not sure, but Ms. Turner can answer it. I think there might have been some types of maybe chips or pretzels, but I'm not sure. It would not be, like I couldn't go in there and get a sandwich.
I don't, and I don't expect to require the people to come in to have to, but I would like to see the business at least offer that as an option. I don't like the idea of offering someone an opportunity to drink on an empty stomach. I know 3 ounces is not a lot. It's not going to get you drunk, but still, I would like the idea of at least offering something there, some form of food.
And Ms. Turner, I'm sure would be glad to tell you if she is, if there's no other questions of me.
Okay, that's all.
You can ask her to come up.
I don't really have a question, just more of a statement.
Yes.
I, for one, am for this, and from what I understand, that, you know, if we don't pass it, there's a chance instead of not having one more business added in the county, there could be a second business would pull out of doing this in the form of a closing room. That would be right next door, right, guys? Are you aware of a possible closing room coming in? No? So I, for one, support their tasting room. I think if she has a, I'm going to call it an accountability type system to track it, I'm going to support it. I did last time, I plan to again.
Is there any more questions for Mrs.?
I don't have a question, but I do have a statement.
We'll get to those in a second.
All
Are
right.
there any more questions?
Sorry, Chairman.
Will you go back to those, I think it was the first slide, that one?
Yes.
It says here that Ms. Turner has explained the procedure as follows. It could be accomplished with tickets that are purchased in advance, a cash register receipt, and our POS system can be used as a distillery store to track patrons that receive tastings each day by having their driver's license scanned. The question's still not been answered. How are you going to police it? All this says is it could be. And I was very specific with my question. How are you going to police it? That question has not been answered.
Okay.
Of course, I'm just one, so, but the question's not been answered. I just wanted to make that, I guess, clear.
Okay, and I don't know if you want to
It's
get
a-
Ms. Turner to give you an opportunity.
I don't know that we can. I'll have to check with the
Okay.
attorney on that to see because the public hearing
I would guess-
part is over. Can we bring her back up for questions? Or no?
It's always a prerogative of the board.
All right, well, if it is, then we'll bring her back.
Okay.
Anybody got any more questions for Ms., if that's what the board, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does the board want to speak with Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Turner, will you come forward, please? Well, let's start with my question, ma'am. How are you going to police the 3 ounces?
I actually bought a $300 scanner that specifically scans driver's licenses. So if I scan their driver's license like at 12 o'clock, it prints out on the receipt their name, their date of birth, and the time that they were there. So if they come back later that day and they want more, and I scan their driver's license again, it's going to let me know that they've already been there for the day.
So are you going to scan it again?
Yes. I've actually put it in my system where if you buy anything, you have to be 21, and you can't bypass anything until you get the driver's license.
Any more questions?
You heard my concerns earlier. Will there be any type of food offered as far as a snack or anything?
Yeah, I'm going to offer snacks and stuff.
Okay.
Just not cooking anything.
Don't expect you to. wouldn't
I don't
require
cook at home. I'm not cooking there.
Anybody else?
I need to confer with our attorney.
Sir?
I need to confer with our attorney for a second.
Legal question, if it's a legal question, we need to go in private.
It's a legal question.
We'll stand at recess for a meeting with the attorney. We'll be back as soon as possible.
You need to go into closed meeting.
Closed session.
2.2-3711A7.
Consult with legal counsel.
For consultation with legal counsel.
I need a motion to go into closed session with accordance to.
So moved.
2.2-3711A7.
2.2-37A for discussion. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
I'll do a roll call vote.
Okay, ma'am.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Diaz?
Yes.
Supervisor Hunter?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. We'll go to the room in the All right, we'll come back into open session, and we have a statement we've got to read and make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting, and to which this certification applies.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Cato?
Yes.
Supervisor Clement?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes.
You're out of closed session.
Okay, what's, any more questions of Ms. Turner?
When you're ready, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to offer a motion.
Any more questions, everything? Okay, Ms. Smith?
Yes, I find that such use and modification to the approved concept plan is in keeping with the purpose of the PCD district, the intent of the county zoning ordinance, the county's comprehensive plan, and design guidelines of the PCD district. Therefore, I move to approve the applicant's request to modify the approved concept plan prepared by Lumsden. Am I reading the right one? Yeah, Lumsden and Associates. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Dated March 3rd, 2016, to add a distillery store and tasting room as permitted, as a permitted use in the PCD district.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, and we're going to start with Supervisor Smith this time.
This is an easy one. I could have started first on this one.
Oh, they seems trying to help you there. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Cato?
Yes.
Supervisor Clement?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Holland here, Madam Clerk. Frida Holland.
Yes, yes, sir, that's next.
Frida Holland.
She is right here making her way up to the podium.
Good afternoon.
And will you take your mask off, please, and speak right into that microphone? Thank you.
Okay. That's good. There we go. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Holliday is with us today. Ms. Holliday, of course, is with the Court Services Unit of Halifax County, and as provided to you all in your packet, I think under tab number 10, of course, Ms. Holliday is here today to present the local probation services. It's currently provided in the district to Halifax and Pennsylvania counties, and of course, it's an opportunity now. The funding has been allocated by the Commonwealth of Virginia, specifically the Department of Criminal Justice Services, for Franklin, Henry, Patrick counties, as well as the city of Martinsville, and this is something I think for several years we've been trying to get that funded and get that located in our community. That information is in your packet, and I'm sure Ms. Holliday could give more of an overview real quickly for us, but then also answer any questions that the board may have.
Yes, my name is Frida Holliday. I've been the director of Halifax, Pennsylvania Court Services for a number of years. I started back with Community Corrections back in 1986, believe it or not. But we are currently providing local probation and pretrial services to Halifax, Pennsylvania, and the city of Danville. Franklin County is, of course, in the same judicial circuit as Pennsylvania County, but we've never been able to get the services over into Franklin County. Franklin County, Patrick, Martinsville, and the city of and who am I leaving out? Henry, were all jurisdictions that have never had probation and pretrial. Just to summarize, probation is very similar to state probation that you're probably more familiar with, only we supervise more local offenders, those who would stay in your local jail. So hopefully we would save some jail space and jail money. The pretrial component is one that's been increased more with COVID because of the number of people in jail, trying to reduce the number of people sitting in jail awaiting trial. So pretrial supervises individuals. It's an extra piece of supervision on someone who is out on bond. As part of that, we do drug testing, monitor if they receive new charges, if they are ordered to do some kind of treatment in advance of going to court, we do those things also. So we do those services. What has happened that the money is now available to expand. The state has tried to expand. 4 years ago they tried, and the money was taken to go back into mental health issues. This last time that I worked with Franklin County, Patrick, Martinsville, and Henry, we were able to get approved again, and the money was frozen due to COVID. But we were advised in December that we would be able to get the money to expand. And as part of that, and the reason we're here tonight or today is the resolution, Halifax County has agreed to continue to serve as fiscal agent. And then all the other jurisdictions, through a joint exercise of power, could agree that we would work together for Halifax County to continue to serve in that capacity and for our program to come into your locality and set up supervision. The judges are already familiar with us here. That we already work with Judge Turpin, Judge Moreau, Judge Jones, all the judges, since they also cover the Chatham area. The cost to the locality is nothing at this point. There's no charge, nothing. The money that we get from the state there's no match to that money. It would be Halifax County would oversee the money. It would come to Halifax, and then we would hire individuals here in your locality to provide the services here under my supervision and under my staff supervision. We would train the individuals here, and they would work for the courts here. Our goal is to set up a smaller office here. It would not be as big an office as our main office is in Halifax. That's where we do all of our bill paying and all those things. But we would have an office here in the locality here, hopefully in proximity near the courthouse, where we would probably be doing most of our work. I think I've covered the basics of what we do. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you for being with us, first of all. Am I recalling that this is a 3-year grant? Is this funded through, this is a grant-funded program?
It's a grant funded, but it's not 3-year funded. It was, initially it's funded from January 1st to June 30th. I'm in the process of applying for the money for next year. That goes in this Friday is the due date for the application. It is grant funded, but it's from year to year. It's not a 3-year grant. And I've been under the grant, under DCJS took over the grant in 1995. So I've been employed under a grant. I've been employed under a grant since 1986, but under DCJS since 1995.
Okay.
So I do not anticipate the money going away. The only thing that I see that we have still working with the judges and the courts to, and the Commonwealth's attorneys will be doing all that to determine exactly how many people we need to hire in each jurisdiction, and whether or not there'll be some overlapping between, for instance, if our Halifax, if our Chatham people would come over and work here some because it's so close in the same courts.
Yeah, because my concern obviously would be if the money goes away from the state, which is, a possibility, I guess, is the burden going to fall back on the localities?
Oh, I do not think so. And I'll say from my personal feeling, I do not think the money will go away unless we do not prove that we are using the money. I spoke with my grant monitor today just because I'm working on still trying to determine how many people to hire because they gave the money at such an odd time of the year. We received the money in January. We're basically setting up a whole new program. It's an expansion because they did not want us to set up new programs. So because of that expansion, it's very time, a lot of tasks and a lot of time because we have to not only set up offices, we have to make sure all the courts, how we're working with each court, hiring people, training people. So I anticipate, hopefully, my goal is that we would have at least a couple of people hired in this jurisdiction and maybe one other jurisdiction to begin services in May or June. DCJS is aware that when they gave us the money, that it would be difficult to get people hired. We could not hire people January 1 to start. We had to go through, just like the resolutions. I had to get 7 resolutions done. So I think 3 are being presented tonight, 1 next week, and I've already gotten 3. So it's just a lot to go through. But I do not anticipate that the money would be taken away unless, like I said, that we are not producing or doing what we should be doing.
Well, thank you, and thank you for everything you do.
Well, thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question for you. I too am concerned that if the money goes away, any kind of an obligation that this county will be obligated to. And then when you made your statement to Mrs. Smith that you did not think so, that even concerned me more. It either does not obligate this county or it does if the money goes away. Do you know the answer, ma'am? I'm not trying to put you on the spot or BOB. I appreciate everything you do and appreciate you being here today. But it's our job to know if we're going to obligate the county to any kind of monies. We need to know that up front.
No, sir, you would not be obligating the county. I'm sorry I did not answer that completely earlier. You would not be obligating the money. If the money were to end, then we would have to figure out what to do with the individuals on supervision. But there would not be there's nothing in the grant that requires that you all come back and take it over. And I'm sorry I did not fully answer that.
No, I'm noting here in the, Mr. Chairman, in the proposed resolution, number 4 does talk about localities are required to establish local pretrial services and community-based probation programs only to the extent funded by the Commonwealth through the General Appropriations Act, and funding shall be used for the provision of services and operations of programs.
Yeah,
So that's in the resolution, and I would guess that the resolution is legally binding.
Mr. Carter?
I think what we're agreeing to today is a 1-year agreement, if I read the paperwork correctly. I think this is a great program, and I'm assuming this takes a lot of the casework off of the court system and helps move things along faster, and it's a lot of screening is what it looks like.
Yes, sir. The pretrial part, we can screen individuals before they get out of jail and give information to the court on that. But also the big part of supervising the individuals, it's reminding them to be in court. What we found is there are less failure to appears. We are monitoring them for drug use or any of that, and we can let the courts know right away if there's any issue with that. Like I said, people are getting out of jail. It does save jail space and jail overcrowding and jail money. So it's been very successful in the areas we have it in. We've tried several times to get it. Martinsville and Henry County have contacted me many times over the last 20 years and wanted us to expand over, but there was no money to do that. So I'm real excited that we finally got money. If you've ever seen the map if any of you have seen the map, there were 5 white spots on the map that do not have probation or pretrial, and you all are one of the white spots on the map. All 5 areas are supposed to have funds, or were given funds. So the entire state will have community corrections, local probation. There's still some areas that do not have pretrial, but you all will be one of the ones that will have both.
Well, speaking for myself, I think it's a no-brainer. It's no cost. I totally support it, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, what's your pleasure? Need a motion?
I'll
To
make it.
adopt the resolution.
I'll read it word for word for everybody. Make sure I'm on the right one. I'm pretty sure I am. Make a motion, the board adopt the resolution as attached, entering in a joint exercise of powers agreement for the provision of probation, supervision, and pretrial services with the other jurisdictions served by Halifax, Pennsylvania Court Services as outlined in the summary.
We have a second?
Second.
I think we can do this one just a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same. Like it carried. Right, I think we took our break there just a minute ago, and for the lack of time, savings of time. Dr. Bernice Cobb, Superintendent of Franklin County Public Schools, if you'll come forward, please, and present your budget.
Just gonna help them get set up real quick, but we don't start to take
Thank you.
Yes. No, nope. That's clicker. All right, it should be.
Make sure I get the right one.
Go into that folder, BOS presentation.
Yeah, let's. Do it right here. Right here.
You are on.
Let me see it just a minute. Please. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm here today to present the 21-22 proposed Board of the Franklin County Schools budget. For our agenda, today I will discuss the state revenue, the local revenue request, the federal grants since March 2020. I'm going to take a little time to discuss briefly the American Rescue Plan, also some people refer as Essa 3. I'm going to talk about the projected revenues, the projected expenditures, what is causing the proposed budget increase of $13 million. I'll discuss the local request for the budget initiatives and the 5% salary increase. I'll discuss how we're thinking about funding the K-12 virtual education. I will discuss the capital improvement plan, the Essa 2 budget, compensation and budget initiatives. I will do a budget summary at the end and take any questions, discussions, and next steps. Also, as I go along, if you have questions, I will certainly take those. And I brought some central office staff to help me as well. The state revenue. We based our ADM forecast on 6,050 students with a reduction of 275 from this year's original budget. Currently, we have approximately 975 students that are homeschooled. We're making this point because 352 of our students went to homeschool at the onset of the pandemic. So therefore, for our budget, we are estimating that about 100 of these students may return to in-person learning and may be added to our ADM, remembering this is an estimation. We're going to discuss today the compensation. We're proposing that our staff, all of our staff, receive a 5% raise. The state did provide some funds for the SOQ, Standards of Quality positions, and for some of our specified support staff. But we are proposing that all of our staff receive a 5% minimum raise. We were given $2 million for the no loss protection. And this is what I'd like for you to know about the no loss funding, the $2 million. The state is going to look at our ADM in December, and if the ADM has increased, we will see a reduction of those $2 million. I did want to bring that to your attention. We did receive funding from the state for some support positions under the SOQs. Those positions, guidance counselor, school nurses, school social workers, school psychologists, and behavior analysts. We do currently meet these ratios, but we did receive additional funding for these positions. Based on the 40% from the lottery proceeds, we did receive an additional approximately $53,000 for our infrastructure and operations per pupil payments. Local revenue request. We are requesting $830,000 to help cover the 5% raise that we are proposing for our employees, and remembering that the state has given $1.2 million toward that 5% raise. As for the debt service, we have seen a decrease of $570,000, and that's due to 2 loans that dropped off as of July 2020. The last bullet speaks to one of the negative implications of the pandemic was the students attending school. Therefore, we did see a decline in revenue for reimbursements for school lunches and breakfast. As of this time, the debt amount is approximately $900,000 at this time. Federal grants. As you know, we have received federal grants starting March 2020. The purpose of these grants were to bring students back to school, implementing mitigation strategies. I will tell you the first 2 bullets, we have spent those fundings. We listed how the funds were spent. The third bullet, the gears, we do have some remaining funds there of about $120,000. We try to let you know the designated amounts and the categories that we are to spend these funds, but we do have some of those funds left. The 4th bullet, I'll refer to that one as Essa 1. We have spent all of those funds, and we're listing there how the funds were spent. The last bullet I'm going to bring to your attention, I'm going to refer to the last bullet as Essa 2 funds. Again, these are COVID relief funds to bring students back to school. This Essa 2 was signed into law December 2020. At this time, that is in the amount of $6.5 million. Those funds can be spent on 4 categories. Those categories are technology, HVAC, air quality, learning loss, and mental health. As I go through this presentation, we do have a breakdown, so you will see how we are proposing that those funds are spent. We do have to get that approved, but we did want you to see it before we submit it to the VDOE for approval. It must be there by April the 1st. We wanted to take just a few minutes to talk about the American Rescue Plan. As you know, it was signed into law as of March 2021. This is what we know right now. Thinking about K-12 education, $126 billion has been proposed for K-12 education. Of that, we are projected to receive approximately $19 million. What does that mean? That means that of the $19 million, we're going to be required to spend 20% of those fundings on learning loss. So that's about $3 million. After that, then that means we'd have about $15 million to look at. I'm going to turn to the next slide. This goes into a little bit more in depth so you can see where the funding lies right now, or the restrictions. You can see at the very top, which is different from Essa 1 and Essa 2, the first bullet there does talk about avoiding layoffs. And there is some language there, but the state is going to give us a little bit more guidance to determine what does that really mean. There's going to be an application process that we will go through. But what we will say is the $15 million, one of our hopes is that we can look at some larger spending HVAC/air quality projects, such as at the West. We all know the West building at the middle school. And it comes with a lofty price tag, but we're thinking that we might be able to do some upgrades there, because it talks about improving air quality and upgrades on HVAC systems. We also maybe can look at the central gym at the high school and what we might be able to do for some air conditioning there. Again, there is an application process. Right now, we don't know what would or would not be approved, but we are going to look at some of those, I'm going to call them big dollar spending, where we can try to improve some of the HVAC or air quality systems in our schools. Are there any questions about that? Okay.
I'd like to, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to back the house up just a minute.
Yes, sir.
We was coming to the, you got 975 students enrolled in homeschool.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Does this count the private schools too?
No, sir. This is actually students that are homeschooled, not the, like, you mean like Christian Heritage?
Right,
No,
yes,
sir.
ma'am.
No.
Doesn't include that?
No.
Okay, all right. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hobbs.
Okay. The next slide is a visual to give you an idea of how these revenues are projected. What I'd like to do is just take a moment to talk, if you, certainly we have the pie chart there, but I'd just like to talk a moment about the budget categories. For example, you see in the state funds, there's a difference of $3.3 million. Where that's coming from is, remember I said we did receive or will receive $2 million for the learning loss. There's also included there the $1.2 million for the salary increase. Also, we did receive some additional funding for some of the SOQ positions. I wanted to point that out. Going down to the federal funds, you see the $6 million. You probably already know that's the Essa 2 funds there. And going on down to the county funds, the $4 million, that does include the $830,000 request for the salary increase, the 5% salary increase, but it also includes the I think it's around 3.6 budgeted items that we'll talk about that as we go through. So the total, the difference is $13 million, and I do have a breakdown of that slide as well, because I want you to see how we've come to this $13 million. Again, this is a breakdown of the expenditures here. And as you can see with the instruction, how the funds were pretty much dispersed with the operating funds, with the additional funds that we've received. Now, I'd like to talk about what is causing the proposed budget increase of $13.6 million. The first bullet, the $414,000. As you know, legislation did sign into law an increase for minimum wage. That will start May of 2021 at the rate of $9.50. Well, the implications for the school budget would be approximately $414,000. The next bullet, the 1.2, that is from the state for the proposed 5% increase for all employees. In the green, that is the proposed amount, the $830,000 from the local effort to help with the 5% increase for all employees. The next bullet, the $402,000, covers additional benefits regarding the 5% minimum initiative and the minimum wage increase. The 6.5, of course, is from the Essa 2 budget that I've talked about briefly. As we go through the PowerPoint, you will see the breakdown of how we're proposing to spend those funds. The $3.6 million for the funding of the budgeted items in the budget. These are the priority lists that you've seen before, and we also have a breakdown. We've broken down those items into 3 categories, and when we get to that slide, I will go over that. The next item, we did receive some additional funding, the $337,000, and that is for our at-risk students. We received $139,000, and that was, as I had mentioned before, the leftover amount from the GEARS a grant, the federal grant, to help with mitigation strategies. The $34,000 is for, we do have some high school students who attend school until they're 23. That's to help support those students. The $23,000 is to support the school meals expansion. The $52,000 is for our to support our pre-K program. So that is the breakdown for the $13 million.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
What is this expansion you're talking about for schools expansions? What does that cover? I mean, I don't understand
The school, let me see.
Yeah, $23,885 for school meals expansion.
We have all of our students receive free lunch, and it was expanded into the summer, and it is to help students, to feed the students throughout the summer. I think it was expanded into July or September.
This year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that ESY, Bernice?
No, that ESY is under our pupil personnel services. That is to feed, like, students, families can come and pick up lunches and breakfast during the regular day, or it is to help with summer school, feeding the students, any type of our programs that where we have students that they can receive meals.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Sir?
Am I to understand that doing virtual school where there's no students, that you still feed them?
They can, yes. That is a great question. Any student under the age of 18 in Franklin County or outside of Franklin County can come to any elementary school and pick up meals. Yes, sir. Yes.
Is that because you're Title I schools?
No, it is part of the state feeding initiative.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
okay.
It's
You
part
may
of
have said
that.
that, Bernice, I'm sorry.
So outside the county, so this is a unfunded mandate.
I'm sorry, ask me that again.
This is a funded or unfunded mandate?
The 23,000?
Yeah.
Or it's funded through the state.
Question.
Mike.
Hi, Dr. Cobbs.
Hi.
Thank you for coming today.
Sure.
This $1,272,360 for the 5% wage
Mhm.
increase,
Yes.
that's one-time money from the state?
No, it would be, no, I don't, no. No, no, it is not, no.
Just getting my facts together.
Right, right, exactly, no.
Mr. Chairman.
Miss,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cobbs, glad to have you today. Would you touch just a minute on the 34,000 for extension for
yes, sir.
education students?
Yes, sir. We have some special education students who do qualify under their IEP to come to school until they're 22 years old. So that is to help those students, or designated for those students. It is funded, it is a funded mandate.
Is this outside of school time or this during school time?
It's during our regular school day.
Thank you.
This is just a graphic so that the board can see the request, of course, beyond the level funding, the $830,000 for the salary, and the budgeted initiatives for the 3.6.
Ms. Cobbs, I have one question.
Sure.
You got me on something right there.
Okay.
Why are we looking at students who are 22 years old?
It's part of the state initiative that students can go under the special education initiative, that certain students can attend school until they're 22. And I will say, Mr. Cundiff, it is some of our students that need some additional training. And they do qualify for these services. It is not for all of our students.
And I believe, Dr. Cobbs, it's articulated in IDEA.
Yes,
Federal
it is.
legislation, Mr. Cundiff.
Right.
For special education students, that they're allowed that extra 4 years.
That just caught me off guard because I never heard that 22-year-old
Yeah.
figure.
Yes, sir.
They
I
have to be
appreciate it.
special ed.
Mhm.
They have to be special ed.
Right. And they have a choice if they'd like to continue or not, and some do. Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, it just caught me off guard. I did not realize we had that, and I apologize.
Oh, no,
I did
you're
not-
fine. No, we're learning something new every day. You are fine.
But I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're good. The K-12 virtual education, I'd like to talk about this for a moment. At this time, we have approximately 1,100 students that are participating in the virtual, or I'm going to call it online, education. Right now, approximately 450 elementary students, 250 middle school students, and approximately 400 high school students. And you would be wondering, well, Bernice, why are we talking about this? Well, what we're proposing is for our elementary school, for our elementary students that are interested in continuing with the virtual education, that we use Virtual Virginia in order to provide that virtual education. For the high school and the middle school, we're proposing that we use Franklin County Public School educators where possible. And that's because of the specific areas where they are certified in. With this said, this is what we know. Right now, we do know we have approximately 12 elementary teaching positions that should be reduced because of the ADM. Knowing this, with the attrition through either retirement or these individuals have decided to go somewhere else, the funds from those 12 elementary teaching positions can fund the Virtual Virginia for our elementary students. Virtual Virginia costs approximately $3,000 per student. We're estimating, and we may be off, that around 270 elementary students may apply. It may not be that high, but we don't have any historical data to use because of the pandemic. This is new for us. Knowing that, and knowing that we will have the 12 elementary positions, we could use the $810,000 to support the K-5 virtual academy. I do want to make this point at this time. The Virginia Department of Education has said we are required up until 2023 to offer in-person learning and virtual learning. But this is what we know about the virtual. We can put conditions on the virtual learning. What do I mean by that? Right now, let's say if we have a student that's not doing well with the virtual learning, when I mean by not doing well, they're failing. They have failing grades. We are not required to offer them virtual learning because we know it's best for them to come to in-person learning. That's what I mean by putting conditions on the virtual learning.
Dr. Cobbs, can I
Yes,
ask a
ma'am.
quick question?
Yes.
The $3,000 per student, how does the per pupil cost, is that averaged in here somehow, or how does that work with this $3,000?
It is it averaged into the budget?
Well, I know we have our per pupil cost
Right.
as it relates to ADM.
Right.
So this $3,000 per student, is that based on what it's going to cost as part of that per pupil allocation?
We receive, and if I don't answer your question correctly, please ask me additional questions. Right now, we receive approximately $5,500 per student ADM.
Right.
Of the $5,500, I think I'm answering your question. We would use the $3,000 to go towards the Virtual Virginia to pay for those spots.
And so the balance of that ADM of the per pupil, what happens to that money?
It goes in the general fund, operating fund.
So is there a number that you've derived that will represent that based on 270 students?
We're basing it on 270 students, but what we're thinking is we may not have that many based on several of our virtual students that were virtual. At the elementary level, they have returned to in-person learning. That's a guesstimation. It may be up or it may be down, but we're guessing right now around 270.
So you all basically may have savings as a result of that fluctuation of that number, or even if it is at 270?
Right, we
based
may.
on based on
Right.
your ADM
Right,
per
we
people
may.
allocation?
Yes, we may.
Ma'am, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a cost breakdown for how much it costs to educate a child for a year in virtual versus in-person school?
We received, the only thing we have to go on, I think I'm just going to repeat what I said, Mr. Thompson. We receive approximately $5,500 per student for our ADM. It's costing, for the virtual Virginia, around $3,000. So I don't know if that answers your question, or maybe let me refer back to Mr. Cherry. He might be able to answer that question a little bit better, and I'll ask him to come up.
Thank you.
On our website, we are required to publish per pupil expenses, and that information is contained on the website. It's broken down by state contributions, sales tax, federal contribution, local contribution. So that information is available on there. How much fluctuates depending on our revenue and our enrollment. It has been climbing because our budgets have been climbing and our enrollment has been dropping. So the cost per pupil has been escalating for each year, if that helps to answer the question.
No, sir, it doesn't, because I'm not privy to your website. I thought you would have that. How much longer is the state going to say we've got to teach virtual?
What we know is right now 2023. So about what, 2 more years, I think? About 2 more years.
So the pandemic will be over with in 2 more years.
We're hoping. I am. I am. I'm hoping about, yes, I'm hoping.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. The last bullet, let me just cover the last bullet. In the very beginning, I had said to you all that we have approximately about 350 students that went virtual for since March. We are thinking that some of those students will return. If some of those students do return, we will be able to generate additional revenue, about $5,500 per student. And so if the virtual, if there were more students than what we have estimated, that could also help us with the virtual Virginia enrollment. Or if there was a decrease in our no-loss funding, that might be able to support us as well. Capital improvement plan. Right now, we're thinking it will be approximately $1.1 million with the $200,000 increase. We know that it is going to be less, the $266,000 that this board appropriated so we could begin construction on the Rocky Mount Elementary School cafeteria air conditioning project. The funds do include the $340,000 for bus purchases. The second bullet just shows how we're looking at the spend, some of the funds. But I want to say, as for the Glade Hill and the Suntag air conditioning projects for Glade Hill, we have approximately $426,000. We have written into our Essa budget the $41,000 to complete that project. We've also added the $544,000 in our Essa 2 budget to complete the Suntag air conditioning project. This is just so you can see the Essa 2, the $6.5 million that I talked about early on. We wanted you to see how we're proposing to the state that we will spend these funds. As I told you, there are 4 categories. First is technology. We're looking at certainly hardware and software. The second category is for operations, and you'll see that we do have some capital improvement initiatives included in this budget. You'll see at the very beginning the air conditioning projects are built in the budget and some other capital improvement items. The Essa 2 budget also includes learning loss that we are required to include in the budget. We did include some reading specialists and some instructional coaches, but those positions are just for 2 years, and anyone that we put in those positions, they will know that. But in order to regain some of the learning losses, we felt we needed those specialized areas to help our students with their reading and math. And the last category is mental health. As you know, mental health is on the rise for our students, and what our plans are is to work with the local mental health agency to come into the schools to help provide our students with mental health supports. This is just a printout of the compensation and budget initiatives. You will see it's just a breakdown of what we've already talked about. But if you come down, you see that the funded budget initiatives, we're asking for the mental health coordinator. We have in our school system a lot of mental health supports, but not really a person to coordinate those efforts. Again, we mentioned the K-12 online virtual academy. And also, we're listed in our budget this year the in-ground lifts for the bus garage. Those are the funded. The unfunded 3.6 that I talked about, we did break those into 3 categories. Priority 1 just basically deals with the salary scales, and because of the limited application due to the salary scales, teacher shortage, and hard to staff positions. That's the priority 1 list. We also, for each list, have a priority total. The first list, you can see that total, I think it's 1.5. This is the second priority list, the rationale, the amounts, which is 1.8, and priority list 3 is 186,000, and that's where the 3.6 million comes from. And now I'm just going to do just a summary of our budget.
Bernice,
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the slide previous?
Yes, ma'am. This one or the priority 1?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just didn't have time to get through it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is part of your packet, that if you can't read that. Okay.
Okay, I don't want to hold you up. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
When we was talking about what the government's going to initiate for us to pay so much per hour
Yes, sir.
for the workers.
Minimum wage?
Wage, right.
Yes.
Now, it may sound like a crazy question, but does part-timers get that too?
The part-timers, the minimum wage,
yeah.
Yes, they would get that, because it's minimum wage. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I hope somewhere along the way that you all can raise the pay for the cafeteria workers
Well,
and the school bus drivers.
That's what she's asking
yes.
you to do.
Yes, sir. Just to make, yes, sir.
How come you put it back on me then?
Well, no, he did. Well, let me explain that. When I say all staff, we do mean, and I'm going to call, of course, the teachers, the paras, the cafeteria workers, the bus drivers, the custodians, did I miss anyone?
I hope it includes the paraprofessionals.
Oh, yes, the paraprofessionals, yes. Mm-hmm. It includes all staff.
Well, I know you sometimes have trouble staffing the cafeterias.
Yes, we do.
Well, I figured that.
Yes, sir.
Well, anyway, I'll look at it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. But we do mean all staff.
Right.
Yes,
right.
sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think I read there, what did you raise the minimum wage to?
In May of 2021, the minimum wage will be raised to $9.50. And that's where the $414,000 amount came from. That's the impact on 21-22 budget.
Thank you.
So I'll just do a budget summary. We talked about the raise increase for all employees. The state contribution is the $1.2 million. We're requesting the local contribution of $830,000. Our health insurance will not increase the coming school year. We discussed the funding of the K-5 Academy and how we're proposing to fund the K-5 Academy. We talked about funding for the mental health coordinator and the bus lifts for the garage. We discussed the minimum wage and the impact on the school budget. We discussed the Essa 2 grant of $6.5 million. We discussed how we propose to spend the $6.5 million using the 4 categories. We will submit that to the state by April 1st, and they have to approve before we can spend any of those funds. We talked about the capital improvement projects and the budget of $1.1 million and how we would spend that. But we also talked about how we're using the Essa 2 funds to fund some of the capital improvement that's listed, especially for the cafeteria air conditioning projects. I discussed that we would propose to receive $2 million for our loss of our ADM called the no loss payment. But what we know is that if in December that has increased, or it has not decreased rather, they may reduce the $2 million. And finally, I briefly talked about the American Rescue Plan that went into law March 2021. The approximate $19 million that we should be receiving, and the 20% that must be spent on learning loss. And I also discussed briefly that we would like to look at some large projects for some of the $15 million.
Is there any more questions for?
I have a question. The bus lifts, is that because they're wide, or is that because we got longer buses, or?
Because they're wearing out. Yes, sir. I think that's been on the list for a while. And when I became superintendent, Mr. Turry and I were going over the initiatives, and I just felt, he explained that to me, and I just felt because they were wearing out that we probably wanted to take a serious look at those lifts.
Any particular cost of what it would cost to fix, to redo them or anything like that? Have you got that far in the budget, or?
Sir, I'm sorry.
I said, what would be the cost to redo them or fix them, or do you have any figures on that?
No, the replacement cost is approximately $50 million. Not $50 million, $50,000. $50 million would be a lot, wouldn't it?
All right, thank you, Ms. Cobbs.
Yes.
Dr. Cobbs.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mitchell.
I just want to say thank you. This was a great presentation. I really like how you guys did it this year, so thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Smith, did you have a question?
Yes. Would you clarify for me the state fund? I'm going back to an earlier slide. The state fund variance, net positive variance of $3.3 million. Is that number is the $2 million for learning loss in that number?
Yes. Let me go back to that slide.
I'm looking at the projected revenue pie chart.
Okay. Let me see. Here. The $3.3 million, yes. What's in that is the $2 million for the loss in ADM, the projected 1.2 for the salary increase, and then we did receive some extra funding, I don't know if you remember, for those specialized support positions like nurses, school counselors, those positions because of the mental health concerns.
Okay, and can you touch on briefly the savings? I've had a lot of I'm having problems talking today. Constituent inquiries about the savings that the schools had, the majority of 2020 due to COVID.
Right, I can talk to that, and if you have other questions, I'll ask Mr. Terry to come up. He did conduct a variance analysis, and it looks like for some of those categories, there's about approximately $2 million in savings, especially if you think about we didn't use subs, the bus transportation, fuel, some of those areas, and it looks like it's around $2 million. But what I want to say as well, think about the loss of the 900,000 because of the decline in the lunch program. So if you look at that, it's probably around 1.1 or 1.2 million.
Anyone else got any questions? Thank you, Dr. Cobbs, for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Mr. Chairman,
We'll
I'd
take
like
a
to-
5-minute break while everything transitions over to Mr. Whitlow.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Burnett, Mr. Terry and Dr. Cobbs, of
Aren't
course,
you Johnny on
made
this?
sure that the full budget of the school board was delivered to our offices late last week, and so we wanted to make sure she had a chance to present the school budget to you, and so you're now receiving a copy of the entire line item budget for the school system. I'd like to thank Dr. Cobbs and Mr. Terry for working with staff accordingly.
Dr. Cobbs, I would like to extend a thank you. Your budget presentation was outstanding.
Thank you.
And I like the level of detail and the specificity with regard to school expenditures, because you guys are dealing with very specific curriculum-based programming.
Right.
And I'd also like to thank the school board members who are in attendance with us today. If you'd like to introduce them, you may.
We have Mr. Chu. We have Miss Penny Blue. And we have our school board staff here
Yes, and
as well.
staff as well. So we
Yes.
appreciate everyone
Yes.
being with us.
Thank you all. But I would also like to extend a thank you to Mr. Terry. He's been, I will say, excellent to work with and going and creating the budget, and just been excellent to work with. So I'd just like to give him thanks. And,
Yes.
and Mr. Williams and Ms. Rogers and, did I miss anyone? I think that's it. So I just
Thank
want
you
to
so
thank
much,
everyone.
Dr. Cobbs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I got a,
Members of the board,
that's what I had.
nice to be with you
I got another VC.
this evening. It's good to have folks in the audience. It's actually good to see people around. I know I'm starting to feel that. Starting to feel better about seeing the spring weather, and maybe, and we'll hear a lot about this today, about the last year and what we've all been through. But thank you, board, for your time today. And so appreciate Dr. Cobbs presenting the school budget, and I'll really appreciate that today. And of course, I'll mention a little bit about schools here, and certainly in our budget as well. So I'd like to start today, as I did last year, with a quote. Helen Keller, of course, was a disability rights advocate, a lady that had lost her sight, a lady that had lost her hearing, many physical challenges in her life. Helen Keller once said, "A bend in the road is not the end of the road unless you fail to make the turn." And certainly, members of the board, there has been, or there was, and still is, a bend in the road. And we saw a bend in the road like we've never seen this last year. And while Helen Keller's quote, "Is that the end?" Certainly not, as long as we make the turn. And we've made a lot of turns. We've had to pivot a lot as a society, as a nation, as a country, as a county. So we're going to talk about that. I think it's very important today to recognize that and talk about that to start. So if you'll indulge me a little bit. I stood before you a year ago, almost to the date, where we declared a local emergency. Our governor declared a state emergency. Our president declared a national emergency. Governments around the globe declared national emergencies, pandemic emergencies. We had a national economic shutdown like we've never seen in the history of the country. You can see there on the graph, almost immediately that resulted in double-digit unemployment. There was business uncertainty. People were afraid to come out of their homes. There was erosion of consumer confidence. And there was numerous business closures over a year ago in March, April, really even into May and parts of June. Certainly this past year, this current fiscal and past year, it's been a bend of cuts. With all of that, there was a need to respond. We had to respond as families in our own households. How would we respond to this pandemic? And I would say no one in the world was really prepared for what we've had to face. And so we had to prepare. We had to immediately start making turns. And part of that certainly is fiscal turns. And just like households, just like businesses, this government, you, the Board of Supervisors, and your leadership, we had to see this through. And so we immediately put in place a spending freeze. We put in place service reductions. We closed many of our facilities and buildings. And yes, we even furloughed employees that were no longer able to provide services in our library and Parks and Recreation and other divisions. This board, in your recognition of the significant difficulty in this and on households, modified its budget into a level funded budget where we cut out $3 million out of the budget. And in addition, the board recognized our citizens were hurting and cut the citizens' tax rate on personal property by 5 cents last year in an effort to recognize what we were all going through. We cut out positions in the recommended budget last year. We cut out our cost of living adjustments. We cut out capital. We went back through line item by line item. We cut out an additional $400,000 in line item, all to make sure that we would continue operating as a government and continuing our services. Certainly fiscal year 21, this past year, has been a turn of perseverance. And so we've seen that bend in the road and we've had to make that turn, but we've done that through perseverance. Dictionary.com defines perseverance as a steady persistence in a course of action in spite of difficulties, obstacles, and discouragement. And I will tell you, I'll be the first to tell you, many times we've had discouragement this last year, certainly in our homes, as a society, here at the government office, and others. But we've persevered. And so what does that perseverance look like? Well, immediately, we knew we had to do something. So we created the COVID-19 task force led by Director Billy Ferguson of our Public Safety Division. We didn't know what we were facing a year ago. 7 days a week at 3:00 p.m., we coordinated a communications call with our local health department, our national and state partners. That's when people were afraid to come out of their homes. There was food insecurities, and how quickly we forget all of this. It does seem like a long time ago, but you all recall the long lines in the grocery stores with people trying to find toilet paper and other things. How would we operate? And so there was food insecurities, and so one of the things that we were able to do was partner with our local resources to develop multiple weekday meal sites in the county. We created a citizen safety net program to assist with utilities and rent through CARES Act dollars. I'll be sharing a little bit about that shortly. We were one of the first localities in the Roanoke region, really in Virginia, to develop an online portal for our businesses. We immediately recognized this is big, this is significant. And so our Economic Development Office partnered with the 2 towns, our chamber. We developed a website portal, immediately started posting federal and state resource information, because at that time, many businesses were afraid to come into the office and work and not knowing what they would face. And so later we created a business recovery grant. And this board knew it had to do something significant. You all had never, local governments really all over Virginia, how would we continue operating? And so through our emergency declarations, we worked through remote services. I remember a phone call with you all where we actually had a Board of Supervisors meeting via a telephone with all 7 of you in a remote location. The General Assembly, or the governor rather, in the General Assembly under our emergency declaration allowed us to do that. And so really, we've all had to pivot and persevere. And so I think it's important as we get into the presentation today, because I want to talk a lot about our employees and really what our employees mean to this county, both the school system and us, because that's who we are and we persevere. And so we've canvassed all the different departments and how our departments have persevered last year. This is not all inclusive, but it's just some highlights. Our information technology department has deployed 140 laptops to all different employees in the county, just to make sure that we can keep operating remotely. I'm being broadcast today through an AV system that we didn't necessarily have 18 months ago, where this board can conduct meetings and citizens can watch our meetings and participate remotely, safely in their homes. Our Parks and Recreation Department partnered with United Way, Public Safety, the school system, the Sheriff's Office, Proline Trailers, many other businesses to distribute food. At times, there were free lunches served to 2,000 individuals at various multiple locations around the county. Our General Properties Division, as you can see in front of me, this nice glass. This was designed, constructed, and installed, and I think it's so professional looking. And this is just one example that they have done just to make sure that we're keeping our citizens and our staff safe around the county. Our Sheriff's Office, as well as our Treasurer's Office, if you all recall, we had to shut down our Treasurer's Office at one point last year. They were able to work remotely and continue to come in and work remotely to make sure they could continue operations. Our Sheriff's Department had an outbreak, if you will, back in the local jail. They quickly mobilized and had staffing shortages at times, but they persevered. All the while, they managed community protests very peacefully through the work of local activist leaders in the community. Our Solid Waste Division, let's don't forget those guys at the landfill and on the trucks. When people were nesting at home and cleaning out their basements, the trash bins were overflowing last spring and summer with record levels coming into our landfill. They didn't miss a beat. Broadband, one of the highlights, if you will, of COVID pandemic is the need for broadband. And through the leadership of this board and the previous board and our broadband authority, we already had in place grants already funded and on the way to make sure we could connect homes. Over 500 homes have now been connected from Shintel, our partnership with Shintel, to provide broadband to our citizens. The Registrar's Office, if you were in this building last fall and summer, you saw the lines. A record election, absentee voting, both on absentee ballots and absentee voters coming in and out of this building. Our Circuit Court Clerk Office processed significant concealed weapon permits and recorded deeds, all due to low interest rates, certainly. And those low interest rates, what happened in the summer and the fall? A 15% increase in our Building Inspections Division here in the county. We saw a 42% increase, thankfully, in new family construction permits in Franklin County, hopefully meaning that people are wanting to flock to open spaces and green spaces in a beautiful place like Franklin County, all encouraging as we try to attract population, increase our housing here in the county. Our library was, I think, one of the first libraries, actually, to provide curbside service during the pandemic here in the region. So they shut their doors, but yet they didn't shut their operations. They provided curbside service to citizens who wanted to get the periodicals and the books that they needed. In addition, we've recently opened a new 24/7 electronic kiosk where folks can remotely check out books. Really neat project. Our Franklin Center has recently partnered with the Public Safety, Carilion, Virginia Department of Health to serve as a host site for vaccinations. And our Finance Department managed, and you, the board, to give you credit, managed multiple budgets. If you recall, we presented our proposed budget, our recommended budget, then we modified that budget, we level funded that budget, we did a strategic pause in that budget, and then the federal government, and thankfully so, although with a lot of work, distributed $9 million to us in CARES funding on 2 different rounds, highly restricted, with a lot of CARES Act compliance that our finance team had to successfully manage through, and they did so graciously and effectively. All the while, last year, we managed to reaffirm the county's very, very strong bond ratings. And so some folks may say, wow, what locality goes to the bond market during the pandemic? Well, Franklin County did. And we came out with very, very strong bond ratings. And we were able to refinance millions of dollars, saving our taxpayers over $1 million in the life of some of those bonds in terms of the principal, or the interest, rather. Human Resources had to develop multiple monitoring policies because of the Department of Labor with COVID. Again, what do you do if an employee is out sick with COVID? Well, you have to track and you have to monitor. All of that was an enormous amount of work on this workforce. The coronavirus relief funding cares more about that. Certainly our federal, state, and local partnership, even though that was very challenging in a lot of ways, it was very helpful in numerous ways. We implemented a critical funding program where we served hundreds of Franklin County businesses with over $1 million in small business grants. In addition, we developed $300,000 set aside for a safety net program. And to date, we've been able to assist 100 qualifying families and households that were really needed for utilities and rent. And you can see a couple of photos there with the Feeding Franklin County initiative. Great partnership there, and you can see all of those partners. But let's not forget our school system, how they have persevered and how they have responded in this pandemic. Our students, our teachers, our staff, and yes, our parents, they've quickly mobilized to online learning last school year. They had to adapt to hybrid learning in the fall. And of course, pleased that the announcement has been that the school system will open to 5 days a week or in-person instruction on March the 29th. And of course, you can see the pictures there. Everyone's having to adapt to the pandemic, including the cafeteria workers. I think Mr. Cundiff, you mentioned them earlier, as well as the students. I think, Dr. Cobbs, I believe that's a picture of you there in that classroom, I believe that's you. Okay. There among the students. You know, but we've persevered, but we haven't taken a back seat to excellence. Franklin County School System is one of the best school systems in the Roanoke region, and we continue to achieve. Rocky Mount Elementary teacher, Mr. Anthony Swan, who was before this board recently, was named Virginia's Teacher of the Year, the best teacher in Virginia. So proud of that accomplishment and his accomplishment. He was appointed to the State Board of Education for a 4-year term. Benjamin Franklin Middle School, I read this week that Laura Oakley, teacher there, was named the VFW District Teacher of the Year. And I understand this is the second year that Franklin County has had 2 teachers, 2 years in a row as Teacher of the Year. But let's not forget our students. Ryan Mullen, Alex Kurtz, Eliza Quisenberry placed first in the Roanoke Valley Governor School for Science and Technology. What a tremendous accomplishment. Perseverance response from public safety. This board was able to, through the insurance billing this past year, we added 24/7 staff coverage at our central, one of our really busiest areas in the county, at the Franklin County Rescue Station here in Rocky Mount, all the while working to provide over $3 million in CARES funds to our sheriff, our fire, and EMS divisions. You can see a couple of pictures there of the personal protective gear and the turnout gear and the self-contained breathing apparatus that we were able to fund through the CARES dollars for our volunteers, and a host of other initiatives, from the mobile dispatch and operations center for our sheriff's office to jail security cameras in our local jail. A lot of work's been done certainly this year. And so that being said, I want to say thank you. Tremendous. Thank you to the citizens. Thank you to the staff of Franklin County, our constitutional officers. Thank you to our schools. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. But now we must make that turn to fiscal year 22. So if I may, we'll make that turn. Let's look where we are. And so I think it's a turn toward restoration. Dictionary.com defines restoration as an act of restoring, renewal, reestablishment. It's the return of something to a normal or unimpaired condition. It's the restitution of something taken away or lost. And we saw where those cuts were, and they were deep and they were hard, but we've persevered. Fiscal year 2022, the state also has persevered, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and has already shared some today. Our revenue is faring much better, state revenue, than the original projections. There is a significant increase, as Dr. Cobbs has indicated earlier, in school, state, and federal funding. An increase of $3.7 million in state funding. That includes that hold harmless ADM that Dr. Cobb spoke of. It includes the Coronavirus Relief and Recovery Supplemental Appropriation Funding, or the CRSA funds, that Dr. Cobbs also spoke of, to the increase of about $6 million in federal funding. It also includes the state revenue to support a 5% cost of living adjustment for our school SOQ positions. That being said, school funding, or state funding rather, for the county, I would like to say is as strong, but it's not. It's very nominal. We're thankful for the funding, but it's very limited. Of course, the compensation board, which funds many positions in the county and certainly state and local positions, we're very thankful for that, has provided funding for that 5% cost of living adjustment. I think I previously shared with you, the Board of Supervisors, in previous work sessions, maybe to help offset some of that cost. However, in digging a little deeper into the state budget, we find that the state is also passing along general liability costs on insurance to our constitutional offices, specifically law enforcement and sheriffs. That's a cost about $130,000 that we thought we may have had 2 weeks ago. And so when you do the difference, it's only a few $1,000s in that. And of course, this is subject to change. This is March 16th. The governor has not signed the budget yet, so that is subject to change. So let's look at restoration. Let's look at the local revenue. Our local revenue has also fared better than original projections. Our recent restoration of some revenue that this board put in place back in January. We were before you in January. We restored some of that revenue, the $200,000, to our capital budget and the school budget, in addition to some operational line items and a couple of the positions that were removed from the budget last year. We were also fortunately able to address our increase in the inmate population in the county with some of that restored revenue. As we look to fiscal year 2022, or 22 rather, we really should go through that with caution because we are looking at a modest revenue increase, and really we're restoring essentially what was taken out. To the tune, we anticipate, and again, these are revenue projections as of today, to the tune of about $3.1 million. That's normal general property growth in the county, between 1% and 3% on our property tax growth. Continued healthy sales tax growth of 5% to 7%. We know there's flat or declining revenue on our interest income, but that's really our discretionary revenue, $3.1 million. And of course, a year ago, we were predicting that sales, meals, lodging would all decrease. Fortunately, we've weathered that storm as we've previously shared. Our real estate collections, the good taxpayers of Franklin County, like to pay their taxes on time. And that has fared us to be in good shape as a county and as a government. So as we look, it's not only with the restoration of some of that revenue that was removed, it's really back to our budget priorities that we shared with you last year and that this board had worked with us. And so last year, a budget priority was a cost of living adjustment for our employees of 3%. So this budget will look to restore that 3% plus the 2% for this year to match the state's 5% supported position. More on that shortly. This budget will look to restore and maintain, and already has restored, because this board had restored that $200,000, but we will look to maintain that additional $200,000 in our capital budget and our school budget. We will also look to restore funding for that Parks and Recreation position and the part-time capital projects manager position that were cut out last year. And then we would look at restoring some school funding. And so we'll dive into to those a little later. But fiscal year 22 is not just about restoring all of those priorities that we had last year that we had to reduce and cut out. It's also looking and meeting our operations and inflationary increases obligations. This should not be new information to you as the board. We've previously shared this in work sessions, but we're looking at a 2.4% health insurance increase next year. And as recalled and as shared with the board previously, last year was a very tough year for us. Our health plan increased almost 8% to the tune of $185,000. We had to immediately go in, eliminate our Key Care 500 plan. We introduced a high deductible health plan. And last year, current year, our employees really took a net loss, a reduction in their take-home pay to make up for that. Minimum wage, we've talked a lot about that in our work sessions and previous today. The minimum wage is $9.50 May 1st, but as previously noted, that increases to $11 an hour effective January 1st And for that half year is about $60,000 increase. And then we've previously shared in work sessions, and I won't go through all of those line items again, we've shared those with you all before, well over $1 million in maintenance service contracts and other contractual obligations that we have to, if you will, fund. Other budget considerations beyond the restoration, beyond our inflationary and operational increases. We've talked a lot in recent work sessions about the county's capital needs and increasing costs. We've talked about this for several years. And last year, of course, trying to add a little bit more, $200,000 is a lot of money, but in the scheme of things in our capital budget and the cost, as you all know, with inflation, just to keep up, has been very, very difficult for us. Our volunteer fire EMS, as shared previously, had some additional requests from our fire chiefs and our fire association. And then we talked a lot about last work session a couple of weeks ago on market competitiveness pay. Specifically, our sheriff was with us to talk about law enforcement starting pay and compression. So I want to take a little bit deeper dive into some of these areas if I can now. And this is just a few of the highlights in the proposed county budget today, so if I can do so with you. Funding today's capital needs. And we've seen this before. Capital fundings remain relatively flat in Franklin County for almost 2 decades until the restoration of that $200,000. We're really only setting aside 2.2, 1.2 for the schools until we restored some of that increase back in January. We're thankful to do that. We're also thankful for CARES Act funding. I will tell you that we would have never been to a point to get to provide for PPE and self-contained breathing apparatus to keep our volunteers safe had it not been for the CARES funds. It would have been extremely difficult without raising significant amounts of revenue from our citizens had we not had that available. Similarly, had we not had the opportunity to set aside, and I think Mr. Mitchell, you had asked earlier about the reserves and so forth for the budget stabilization reserve and the CARES fund set aside and so forth from the law enforcement and public safety salaries this past year, that was able to set aside and free up some of those dollars where we were able to purchase that fire truck that has been really on the books now in our schedule and the rotation for 2 or 3 years. That would have not been possible had we not have freed up some of those dollars, and that was facilitated, if you will, by some of the use of the strategic use by this board of some of those CARES funds. That being said, to keep up with rotations with our fire apparatus and other funding needs here in the county, and it's not just fire apparatus, it's landfill, it's information technology, and I can go on and on and on. The department request for the fiscal year 22 budget is $11.7 million with only $2.6 million available. And you all have seen this. I've talked about this now for 2 or 3 years before the board. So we really need to pause and consider phasing in more funding from perhaps a new revenue source to capital budgets going forward. More on that shortly. As I noted, we had not necessarily significantly increased funding support for our capital plan in the last couple of decades, but as long as I can remember, our discretionary supplemental funding for our volunteer fire and rescue agencies has remained relatively flat. Now, that being said, as we've shared it previously in a budget work session, we're very thankful that previous boards over the last couple of decades have been able to begin to fund and now fund apparatus, the cost of a fire truck or an ambulance, now funds utilities, now funds insurance and fuel for our agencies. We don't want to take anything away from that because that has been a significant investment by the Franklin County Board of Supervisors over the last couple of decades. That being said, we recognize fire departments and rescue squads still have other needs. They maintain some of their equipment, whether it's a tire or an oil change. They maintain their buildings. And so last year, this board, recognizing that fire companies and rescue agencies could not necessarily have a fundraiser due to social distancing requirements, allocated $3,300 to each volunteer agency or active agency. And I should say active agency because that's very important. As we all know, many rescue squads around the nation, not just Franklin County, are no longer organized as an agency, and they're now inactive. And so beginning last year and again this year, the inactive rescue squad funding has been reduced, in some cases eliminated for those who are no longer active. And that is being reallocated to our active agencies, resulting in a proposed increase of $4,000 for each county active agency, and of course, $2,000 for our out-of-county agencies in next year's budget. Volunteer recruitment and retention funding support. Again, this board recognizing that our volunteers were on the front lines during the pandemic, when actually run calls, when other folks were sheltering in place at home, was able to provide a $500 one-time payment during the COVID pandemic. We've talked some about stipends. Currently, our stipends for volunteer fire and rescue has remained really the same amount for many, many years now, $4 or $10 depending on your certification. And so last year, this board set aside funding for a volunteer recruitment years of service fund. It's our understanding from many of the volunteers that the emphasis now is more on stipends in terms of recruitment, and that may be a better use of those dollars, and to revisit that. So we are restoring what other dollars that we cut out last year in that, and combining that with that stipend budget in next year's proposed budget, with the request that our fire association and our captains come back to this board with the recommendation on what that stipend amount should be. And I think they've talked about it. I don't think they've submitted a formal recommendation on that. Market competitiveness. I spent a great deal of time this afternoon talking about perseverance and the grit and determination of county employees. We have the best. I've worked many places. We've got hard-working men and women in this county, and I am thankful for them. That being said, market competitiveness is not an issue that is specific to Franklin County. It is an issue for local governments all across the country, specifically in Virginia. And we're seeing it all across county departments. It's not one department specifically, we're seeing it in all our departments. The new phases of the minimum wage that we've talked a lot about today, that's going to compress those employee salaries even further. And so this board recently directed staff to begin the process of an employee market pay study. And so our finance team is now working on that request for proposals to work with a consultant to come in and do a comprehensive market study of our salaries and positions in the county. Now that will get underway likely late spring this summer. The results likely won't be back till late summer, early fall. That being said, in this proposed budget, it sets aside $300,000 to begin addressing that market study. Chances are that market study, to address it and fully fund it, probably not hundreds of thousands, I would say likely millions, perhaps. We're not sure, and we're never going to know until we have that study and that data. But we are going to take a bite at this apple and set aside, at least proposed, this $300,000 next year to really, where are our most egregious areas to begin addressing that? One of the immediate issues we know, and again, it's not just Franklin County, it's statewide, it's frontline law enforcement. And I'm not necessarily talking about all members of a department per se, but specifically frontline law enforcement personnel. And the sheriff spent a great amount of time with you in his budget presentation last month, or a couple of weeks ago rather, on this matter. And so there are recruitment and retention challenges for law enforcement across this country, across the state. The state, in response, has increased state police department salaries significantly so. In addition, other localities are starting to do the same, or at least talk about doing the same, to be competitive. In 2018, our starting pay for deputies was raised from $34,000 to $38,000. $38,000, as we understand, is no longer competitive as a starting salary for law enforcement. That being said, this budget sets aside an additional $50,000 to an ongoing career pay progression fund, which already has $50,000 set aside for that, for a total of $100,000, which could be effective July 1st to address these issues. Our recommendation is that the sheriff return to this board with another recommendation, if you will, of what is the best way to utilize that $100,000 going forward. We do understand in running some analysis, there are enough dollars there to do law enforcement a percentage increase or law enforcement compression years of service. But again, this budget sets aside those dollars to add to the Career Progression Fund, which is already existing, to begin taking a bite at that apple and addressing this issue. School budget, as you heard from Dr. Cobbs today, and as you've already heard from her and then from me previously, significant increase from state and federal resources, almost $10 million. However, we also know that the state increase is an ADM hold harmless, so that is a matter we need to consider and think about going forward. And we know the SRSA funding expires in 2023. What I did not talk about today, yet, and I think Dr. Cobbs highlighted this, is the ARPA funding, the American Rescue Plan Act funding for the schools and also for the county. There's much for us to learn regarding that federal funding that was recently passed. The state is looking at a task force to try to delve in specifically on what that funding may look like. That being said, as you've heard from Dr. Cobbs today and as presented to you with the school board's budget, is a request from the schools for $4.4 million. And of course, Dr. Cobbs shared with you earlier what that minimum increase would be to support that 5% from the school system. And so this budget recommends restoring the operation funding of $900,000 that we cut from the budget last year to our local school system. Of course, that's less the CSA private day subsidy, of course, that we've been paying for, that private special education day placements, and we've been graduating that down each year, if you recall, over the last couple of years. This budget, again, recommends $1.4 million for capital, less the $266,000, of course, that the board fronted or was able to advance, rather, for those HVAC projects. That would maintain that restoration going forward. General government, on the county side. This budget, while it's a restoration budget, it's a maintenance budget. The general fund increase is only 4.2%. I say only. While that's an increase, really in the scheme of things or in a range of things, that's truly a maintenance budget. But it restores operational inflationary increases. It restores a 5% COLA, restores the 3% last year and the 2% for this year for all county employees, part-time and full-time. I think, Mr. Cundiff, you had asked earlier about part-time. This budget maintains $200,000 restored to our capital budget. And this budget, as I've already described previously, budgets $300,000 to begin funding the results of the market pay study, yet to be determined, and then allocates that additional $50,000 for $100,000 to address law enforcement issues. Revenues. This budget proposes no property tax rate increases, no real estate tax increase, no personal property tax increase, no business personal property tax increase, no machinery and tools increase, and no merchant's capital increase. However, we are proposing some modest user fee increases. The EMS insurance soft billing increase, this is a matter that really should occur every year. Most localities increase this every year to make sure they're keeping up with the state average for the cost of EMS transport. We are suggesting to look at our animal adoption fees and increase these. This is to help some of the part-time staffing cost of the animal shelter. As we know, we were able to open a really, really beautiful and nice facility this last year. With that, there's been the increase of animals in that facility and certainly the need to staff that facility with part-time dollars. And we can do so. This is not a lot of amount of money, a few $1,000s in terms of projection, but increasing our dog adoption fees, looking at implementing a cat adoption fee, as well as increasing our animal daily boarding fee. This board, let me pause now. This board has spent some significant time through your budget work sessions that we've had talking about the identification and consideration of alternative funding streams in the county beyond property taxes. We know property taxes can be difficult. We know we're coming out of a pandemic. That being said, we took a look at some of those things, and in fact, you all have given staff a lot of feedback, very helpful feedback in your budget work sessions. And so in looking at that, last year, the Virginia General Assembly approved legislation giving counties additional taxing authority previously utilized by cities and towns to levy taxes such as a tobacco tax, or an increase in other taxes such as transient occupancy. And so this budget has the consideration of a proposed tobacco tax of 15 cents per pack. A lot of work needs to be done before this can be considered or implemented. And so there's numerous logistics and preparation needing. There's been a lot of discussion in the General Assembly this year about regional tobacco tax and so forth on cigarettes specifically. That being said, a lot of work needs to be done. We would look at a January 1st, 2022 implementation date if this were to be approved. We would need to look at revenue projections because right now it's uncertain. Early revenue projections with staff, perhaps $75,000 for half the year. However, there are compliance monitoring requirements that we know that we would need to work with our finance staff and our commissioner's office on. We don't know what those costs may be in terms of personnel. So the net revenue increase is yet to be determined, but we would need to look at that in terms of the net cost. That being said, any proposal here, we suggest that any new net revenue be dedicated to add to the capital transfer. In other words, if the tax is in place, it adds to your capital transfer budget. Not doing so, or if the projections are not needed or not met, it doesn't necessarily take away from what's being proposed and funded in the budget. One that's logistically perhaps a little bit easier because we already do this is the 5% transient occupancy tax. And so right now we're at 5%. Cities and counties are allowed to go north of that. And so the General Assembly allowed that for localities to increase the transient occupancy tax by 2%. VACO, the Virginia Association of Counties, lobbied hard for the last decade, the General Assembly, to give localities, specifically counties, similar taxing authority as cities and towns. We don't know how long that will continue. And so we are responding. We are suggesting a July 1st implementation date to increase the transient occupancy tax by 2%. We're not necessarily talking about a lot of money here in the scheme of things. $50,000 is a projection. That being said, one of our strategic priorities in the county is tourism. The land between the lakes and the Blue Ridge, beautiful. It is a natural setting for opportunity. We know we have a lot of transient occupants that visit Franklin County every year, and they're paying currently their transient occupancy tax. Being allowed to increase that by 2% could potentially set aside about $50,000, what we would suggest as a strategic priority for this board, targeted for tourism, because we know as visitors come to Franklin County, many fall in love with the county. One of the things as Franklin County and the Roanoke region, the Virginia's Blue Ridge region, is population attraction efforts. And tourism and population attraction efforts go hand in hand. And so we would suggest any additional revenue from that tax be set aside for that initiative. So in summary, the proposed budget, after many, many work sessions with you as the board, staff, we've prepared you a balanced budget with no property tax rate adjustments. The recommended fiscal year 2022 fiscal plan, it's a restoration maintenance budget. It funds expenditure pressures, inflationary market increases, while supporting those strategic priorities of the board that I just mentioned. This budget includes a tobacco tax, the consideration of a tobacco tax to address the rising capital inflationary cost, as we've talked a lot about, as well as a transient occupancy increase to enhance tourism. Overall, this budget is a $160 million budget. It increases 9.1% from last year. Let me pause there and say that is primarily from the additional $10 million that the school systems will be receiving. That's an increase from that federal and state funding to the school system. Overall, the general fund budget only increases about 4%. Here's a chart every year that we like to share of the expenditures, and you can see that broken out there. 61% there for schools and 11% for the sheriff and fire and EMS, and you can see the others there. The proposed revenue chart, and where in terms of our revenue, and it's important to say that a significant amount of revenue for a locality, specifically like Franklin County, comes from state and federal resources as passed through. Next steps. Of course, this information will be placed on the county's website. Later this evening, we'll have copies at our libraries. We'll have a copy in our office as well as the finance office. This board has scheduled tentative work sessions beginning next Tuesday, the 23rd, and the following Tuesday, the 30th. We can have additional work sessions in April as needed. Once this becomes your budget, and once you are ready to advertise that budget, you can always advertise a budget for the tentative public hearing on April the 20th. You can advertise those tax rates. Once the budget is advertised, you certainly can drop, but you can't necessarily increase in terms of the budget. So that's just something for you to think about. And then we have a tentative April 27th budget adoption. So as we look back to that bend in the road, we've made a lot of turns. And we've persevered, I think, as a staff, as a board, as a community, as a school system. But the work goes on and what lies ahead. And so I would be remiss if I did not extend my appreciation to our finance staff, as well as my office and the entire budget team. So pause now, and I think you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is a high-level overview. Our request staff, now they will be passing out, handing you the official book. It has all of the line items. There's a lot of detail on capital, a lot of detail on operations in this budget. This is just a high-level summary. We know that you're going to need a lot of time to comb through this book and spend a lot of time, and I know you'll probably have a lot of questions. You may have some now, but I feel like you're going to have more once you go through this book when we get into our work sessions. And I would hand that now back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow, for
Thanks, Jack.
all the work to you and staff that you put into this, and we certainly appreciate it. I'm sure there's going to be lots and lots of questions after we take this home and read and study. And we have the work session next Tuesday at 3:30.
Yes, but we talked about starting earlier, so the pleasure of the board, if it's 3 o'clock, if that would work for the board, certainly that may give us some more time, but that's up to you as the board.
What's your pleasure? 3 o'clock?
It's fine. Yeah, I just have a question, but yeah, 3 o'clock's fine with me.
3 o'clock? Does that suit everybody next Tuesday?
Tuesday, okay.
Next Tuesday at 3 o'clock then for that? Yes, sir.
Just what you just briefly went over, I do have a couple questions. The $33,000 that you just said would go into the stipends for the volunteer fire and EMS. That $33,000 is this current fiscal year. So where's that $33,000 if what you're talking about is for fiscal year 22?
Sure. Mr. Mitchell, yes, it is this year. It would carry forward next year.
So it's $66,000.
It wouldn't necessarily add, it'd be the same amount next year. It's not necessarily adding because that's, this year's budget. So it's one time, this year. Next year it starts. But that money is there in the current operating budget. I will tell you, with the addition of the Rocky Mount agreement with the Rocky Mount Volunteer Fire Department, any dollars there could and will be used for stipends to make sure we have enough to cover this year for taking that on.
So what do we tell our volunteers that this $33,000 for this fiscal year and it's not getting used for stipends?
It is. The stipends are being utilized. That money last year, if you recall, Mr. Mitchell, the board set aside, I think it was $35,000 specifically for volunteer recruitment retention. And there was a discussion last year of a year of service program. Of course, that was never put forth or developed. And so what we would recommend is that the association bring back their recommendation to the board. If that recommendation is to increase the stipend, as an example, from $4 to $10 or another graduated scale, we would welcome that recommendation. But the money is there. The funds are currently budgeted as we're proposing to make sure that's carried forward next year and combined with that stipend line item.
So the $33,000 that was going to be used for stipends is going to be used for basically something else now?
No.
Stipends are still $4.
Correct, until the recommendation changes. But that money is there, Mr. Mitchell. That $35,000 combined with the stipend line item adds, and I don't know I'll get back into the line item for you, but it's sufficient enough to address increasing stipends.
And I asked about the 24,000 that's currently in public safety's budget for volunteer recruitment to be added to stipends to make sure we can increase them as much as we can. Have y'all looked into that $24,000?
That we've looked at that line item. That line item is in the budget. And so it all depends on how the board wishes to allocate that going forward.
I would love for this board to allocate that because I'd like to see what that money is currently being used for volunteer recruitment. But
sure.
The $300,000 on the slide for the sheriff's office, is the $300,000 what you're proposing to give to the sheriff's office, or is that $300,000 to pay for a study?
No, sir. No, sir. That $300,000 is all county employees. The $100,000 is the sheriff's office.
It's study.
And that's to pay for the study.
The study.
So the $300,000 is just to pay for studies.
Let me be clear. The study, there are sufficient funds. The study will be paid for through sufficient set-aside dollars to pay for the study. The $300,000 is ongoing. Let me just make that clear. It is ongoing. That can address, and I probably should have made that more clear in the presentation. My apologies. That can address the most egregious issues of market in the county, countywide, on all positions. But we would hold that until this market study comes back, until the market study is presented to the board, and how do we start addressing that? The $50,000 additional to the career progression recommendation to the sheriff will amount to $100,000 to that line item. Currently, there's a $50,000 line item for career progression for the sheriff's department. Adding the additional 50 would make that $100,000. And of course, the sheriff's office would still be included in this market study adjustment and the overall, all county employees, constitutional offices, social services, everyone in this study. The study's complete, and then there's $300,000 certainly to address everyone, if that makes sense.
That makes me feel a lot better because the way I took from the presentation was $300,000 to pay for a study, and I'm like, here we are throwing money out for another study. So that's to actually address what we identify early on to attack some of these issues. I appreciate that. That makes me feel better. It's a good start. It don't cover everything, but it's a good start.
Right. Again, it's a bite at the apple.
Ms. Smith.
Mr. Whitlow, do you have a schedule yet of the departments that are going to be coming to our work session?
I do not. I will tell you, certainly that's the pleasure of the board. This will be the first time that our departments and our constitutional offices, just like this board, is seeing the budget. We wanted to make sure they have time to see what has been presented. My staff will be making sure that they follow up directly with those department directors this week, and we'll be sitting down and combing through the budgets with the department directors. Of course, it's posted online. Of course, the folks can go back and watch this presentation as well. What I will tell you, we think it's very important that you as the board have time this week to comb through the budget with a lot of questions on Tuesday. There is certainly our work sessions, and I would anticipate county directors, interested county directors to be at next Tuesday's meeting, possibly to answer questions that the board may have. And then as the board may want a deeper dive next week, certainly we can get that feedback from you all either the previous week or into April if there's more presentations or more detail that you're going to need.
Because I had given you 2 or 3 departments that I wanted called.
Yes.
Okay, and so you have noted those.
I have noted those.
Okay, thank you.
We have noted those, but again, that's the pleasure of the board and what you all would like to do, whether it's today or next Tuesday. At the conclusion of today or next Tuesday, if you still feel as a board you want to call in various departments and constitutional offices, we can do so.
Mr. Whitlow, thanks again for you and your staff. This is the budget that you presented with no tax increase and taking care of what you did. It's pretty impressive, I think. And thank y'all for the work and everything that you've done. I'm sure that will be picked apart in the next few days, but we appreciate that. Do you have any other matters?
I do. I do actually have a couple. I'm glad you mentioned that. If I could get my notes, Mr. Chairman.
How long do you anticipate closed session to last?
Not long at all, Mr. Chairman. A very short closed session. I think we could probably do dinner during closed session this evening, if it's a pleasure of the board.
Go ahead.
Just a couple of items. The American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA Act, if you will. That program, we do understand significant dollars could be coming to the state and localities. We just don't know in what format yet. And so I'd be remiss today if I did not mention it. As soon as we have that information, we will get it out to you as the board. In addition, on March the 26th, we have an opportunity, this board, and Dr. Cobb's office reached out to our office. The First Lady, as well as the Superintendent of the state school system and the Secretary of Education will look to possibly be here in Franklin County. I will not mention the location today. And of course, they've extended an invitation to you as a board to be here at or to possibly attend this event. And so if you are interested in attending, it's, I believe, March the 26th. I believe that is a Friday. And that will be 10 o'clock, and I can get with you on the details. And then lastly,
where's it at? Or he's not saying
He's
that.
not saying
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get that information to you, Mr. Mitchell. So that's all I have.
How long do you anticipate the closed meeting to be?
Not long at all. I think we can get it done in the half an hour time this evening, Mr. Chairman, before the 6 o'clock public hearings.
You all want to eat your meal during the closed meeting, or you want to come back at the end of the day?
Oh, we can eat.
All right, we're going to request for a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2, 3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards commissions. A3, discussion of acquisition of real estate property or the disposal of real property. A29, discussion of terms of a public contract where discussion in public would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county of the Code of Virginia as amended. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Supervisor Reynolds?
Yep.
Supervisor Griffin?
Yes.
Supervisor Keenan?
Yes.
Supervisor Clement?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies. That's my motion.
Got a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
I'm gonna do a quick roll call. Just
Huh?
I gotta do a roll call vote.
Go ahead. Don't forget your rotation.
Oh, thank you. Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor
No.
Ronald Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Okay, where we at? Mr. Sandy, you gonna take care of this one?
Major Sigmund is going to cover this one.
Mr. Siegmund's gonna cover this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman,
How
ladies
you,
and gentlemen of
sir?
the board. Thank you guys for having us today for this matter. We have come to the board a couple occasions on this matter, and so we've submitted an addendum to the executive summary in reference to the land purchase at the landfill area. We're trying to get power to our range. We've been in discussion with Mr. and Mrs. Ellis and come to an agreement. As part of that, public hearing is required, and just want to note that there's no additional funding request from the board. The Sheriff's Office has that in their budget under a capital line item for the firing range. And do you have any questions?
Anybody got any questions for Major Siegmund? This is what we discussed before. All right. Anybody else here in regards to that?
I don't think so. Getting a no from the sheriff, that's to be back to you.
Thank you, sir. We'll close the public hearing. All right, board, what's your pleasure?
Chairman, I make a motion we approve this as presented.
All right, I got approval and got a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell? Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right. Mr. Sandy, you going to do this one on the application for a special use permit?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This public hearing tonight is for a special use permit for a telecommunications tower. It's an application of Blue Ridge Towers, and the property owner is identified in the real estate records as Glade Hill School, so Franklin County School Board is the property owner. The request is to build an 80-foot tall monopole telecommunications tower. The initial application was for a 50 by 50 compound area, and I'll talk about that later. We've reduced that down a little bit. And it's about a 13.5 acre parcel located on Route 40, Old Franklin Turnpike in the Union Hall District. In addition to the request for special use permit, included with that is a request to reduce the setback from the 120% of the tower height down to a setback of 59 feet from the side property line. And I'll also talk about that a little bit more as well. So just a little background. Again, this is a request of Blue Ridge Towers to construct an 80-foot tall monopole, 50 by 50 lease area, just 2,500 square feet. That's really for all the cabinets, the electronics and so forth at the base of the tower. It'll be constructed on the Glade Hill Elementary School, and I've got some maps I'll show you, but it's back about 240 feet or so back behind the school. So it's not right adjacent to the school, but I'll show you that on the maps. And it's kind of closest to the track if you're familiar with that site at all. This tower is part of the county's PPEA agreement with Blue Ridge Towers. It's also part of the VADI grant application that we have for funding for, this is one of those 12 towers that we talked about earlier at the Broadband Authority meeting. This particular tower is one of the shorter ones. It's 80-foot tall. It would have room for Blue Ridge Towers, BrisNet. Blue Ridge Towers would build the tower. BrisNet would be on there for the fixed wireless. It would also provide 2 additional co-location opportunities for the Verizons, the T-Mobiles of the world to also locate on there. This is, again, part of the VADI application and the PPEA grant, and it would provide fixed wireless service to this area surrounding Glade Hill and the elementary school. So just location map showing the Glade Hill Elementary School site on Route 40. This is the parcel here, roughly a square, about 13.5 acres. This is the aerial photograph, and so again, this is the school building, Route 40 here in the front, cannery building back here, baseball field, track. And so the tower, I've got another map that shows it, but the tower is pretty much here where the arrow is on the map. Did it go away? Here. Just behind this cleared area is roughly the location. So it's tucked in close to the side property line, which is the reason for the request for the setback variance. And just a little more background, this fits into the overall fixed wireless system. So this is a site here. These are the other sites that were funded. We talked about those this morning or earlier today and had those project updates. You can see the circle of service is smaller for this one because it is a shorter tower than some of the others. So it is a smaller radius of coverage. And this is just kind of a zoomed in area to kind of show you the expected coverage from this particular tower for fixed wireless. So just a few points from your staff analysis and some of the memos that are in your packet is that, again, this is intended to provide fixed wireless internet service from the school. That radius that I showed you, that circle, was about 589 residences that could be served. And we did the numbers based on some of the school stuff. There's about 144 school-age children also in that. There's children that are currently enrolled at Franklin County Public Schools. So there could be more than 144 with private schools and home schools, but the 144 represents students from the school system. It is, this was discussed in the broadband assessment plan, and then if you recall, in August of 2019, that plan was adopted, and then in December of 2019, it was incorporated into the county's comprehensive plan. Staff's analysis is that the location of the tower would not be a substantial detriment to the surrounding community or property. There were no public comments received at the public hearing. We haven't received any written comments either. That was the initial public hearing of the Planning Commission. They tabled the matter, had another meeting. There were still no comments at that meeting, although there was a citizen that was here at the meeting, wasn't able to stay, and they did voice their support of the tower and asked that I pass that on to the Planning Commission and the board. As I mentioned, the Planning Commission initially tabled the action at their February 9th meeting, and there was concerns over the location of where this particular tower was being located, and then also safety of the children. Primarily, the safety issue was about climbing the fence. There was concern about children climbing the fence and getting caught in barbed wire. And so it was tabled at the Planning Commission, and after that, myself, Commissioner Crawford from the Union Hall District, Supervisor Cundiff, met with the representatives of Blue Ridge Towers and the representatives of the school system, Jason Williams and Daryl Spencer, to talk about the location, any adjustments, any other locations on the site that we might want to consider. I should go back and say, I guess the school system had been a part of locating this site on the property, and the school has also signed off on the ground lease for this structure at this location. And of course, the school system also signed off on the special use permit application in order to proceed with the special use permit application. So the schools, when we were on site, and Mr. Cundiff, if you correct me if I misstate anything, but the schools had no issue with the location. The schools are comfortable with the location where it is. The one request they did make was related to the chain link fencing. Rather than having green vinyl slats in there, they requested that they be blue, because if you've been to the school out there, the school is actually painted blue. It has blue paint on it. So that was really their only request relative to that. We did talk about some other things that could be done with the location. Commissioner Crawford was concerned about its proximity to the track. And so, and again, about children getting to the fence and climbing the fence and maybe getting into the compound. So one of the things that we did discuss and is proposed now is to reduce the size of that compound from 50 by 50 to 30 by 30. So a smaller compound, and then shift the whole compound towards the side property line, and I'll show you a map of what we're talking about there. So basically it would leave the tower in the same place, but it would shift and reduce the size of the compound away from the track, further away from the track.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
We just had a conversation earlier in the day about the collapse zone of these towers. 80-foot tower needs 40 feet.
Well, I didn't want to jump up and correct earlier. I mean, there was a comment that, you know, if it had a fall zone, it would fall within that 50 by 50. Well, the tower's in the middle, and there's only 25 feet from the tower to the fence.
Now it's only 15.
It's not going to fall within the fenced compound.
So why were we told earlier today that it would fall within the compound?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know for this one, it's designed to have a 40-foot fall zone, which, you know, here, if you look at this map, it would not reach the property line. Well,
I don't care about the property line. I care about the kids walking around the track.
Sure. So the tower is here. So we're saying from this location to the edge of the track is 35 feet. We're saying from here to the property line is 59 feet. I don't have a measurement, but from here to here, I don't have a measurement listed here, but from here to the closest point of the school is 240 feet. So if this tower would happen to fall, yes, 5 feet of it, I guess, could reach the track. It would not reach the property line, and it certainly would not reach the school building in this particular location.
That could have influenced the vote.
I'm sorry. Did we vote on this earlier? I mean, But we're going over it now, but I'm gonna be honest with you. How it was presented earlier and how it's presented now really upsets me, because we had two supervisors that were upset about the fall zone and expressed their concerns. And I was clearly under the impression that it would fall within the compound, right? Is everybody else under that same impression?
Yep.
If the compound was big enough, I guess it could, but even though, excuse me, if it's a 50-foot by 50-foot and the tower's in the middle, that only leaves you 25 feet to fall.
I get that.
And so, I mean, I guess there's cases where they could have it break at 25 feet, but that's probably not likely. It's probably going to be more like 30 to 40-foot section.
It's 35 feet to the track. It's supposed to break at 40 feet. So I'm just point blank, I'm going to tell you, if we can't move it so that it falls on this track, I'm not voting for it.
Okay. I mean, there's a potential it could be shifted to be at least 40 feet from the track. I mean, that's certainly something that could be done, but where it's proposed right now, these are the numbers that are attached to it.
Mr. Sandy, can that not be moved from there? The school's got a lot more property there. Why that particular location?
Okay, it can. It could be moved. Again, when we met with the school system over a year and a half ago, we walked the entire property, looked at potential locations. This was the location that everyone felt was best suited, including the schools. And there's a few reasons for that. You know, anywhere you go to this side of the property, you're kind of right in the middle where all the children are and the different activities of the school site. You've got the cannery over here, just off to the edge here. You've got the playground on this side. You got another ball field over here. I think this was seen as one of the least trafficked areas on the property. And if you go down into here, you're losing elevation. As you continue to go back in the property, you're continuing to go down in the back part of the property.
I understand. If it goes back to the back corner, and it losing elevation, if you go from an 80-foot pole to, say, a 120-foot pole, I'm just talking, will that compensate for that and be safer back there?
It could compensate. The additional height could compensate for that.
Like a 175-foot monopole.
What I will say.
How far is it from where it is now to that back corner?
If this is about 240 feet to there, that may be 175 feet, something like that. Sorry? He's saying about 197 to the back.
But can it not go back and get, so it's a lot safer?
It can, and all I'll say there is that it's going to increase the cost, because in the body application and the body funding was for an 80-foot tower. Plus, the other reasoning is you've got to build a road to get back here, an access road. You've got to extend electric. You've got to extend fiber. So there will be additional cost to move it to the back, but it can be done. It's just going to add cost to the construction.
Well, we're also talking about that's what everybody's been talking about here, is the danger that it causes if it were to fall, and it's going to fall right there at the track. That's what all of the hubbub about.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say, I'm not familiar with how much room it needs to fall for an 80-foot monopole to fall 40 feet, 35 feet, or what. But I think it's safe to say if there's a weather event that would cause this pole to fall, there's no one going to be on that track anyway.
How do you know
that? To say that we have to worry about the pole falling and hitting somebody walking around the track, I don't see. For me, that's a non-issue. Because can you give us an idea of the wind that these poles are supposed to withstand?
Yeah. I'm sorry. So I designed this pole to withstand 120 miles.
State your name.
I'm Sean Chai, Blue Ridge Towers. I'm sorry. So this pole is designed to stand 120-mile wind and 2-inch ice load. So 120-mile wind, anything over that 125-mile wind will bring that down.
Okay.
I don't think we ever seen a 125-mile wind here.
We saw in April of 2019.
We did.
Yeah, but you're not going to see kids on the track at 125 miles.
Understand, but it can happen.
Yeah, but those are tornadoes just come out of nowhere.
Yep, they're still not going to be on the track.
Mr. Cundy, go ahead.
Yeah. We discussed everything with the school representatives. And they thought this was the best place for it. That's where they wanted it. And I can see no argument with it. If you're gonna have a child out there 125 mile an hour winds, or you walking, something wrong somewhere.
He won't be
So, I mean, like I said, this is where the school wanted it. And they were standing there that day. We had 3 representative schools. When we was down there discussing it, they all said that's where they wanted it. And we discussed about moving stuff. They had no problem with that as far as, moving the compound over some to get away from the track. Some. So we're gonna move the compound over some. So, I mean, I see no problem with it myself.
I have one question.
Anybody got any more questions for Mr. Sandy?
Why are we so concerned about, what's the setback requirement on this? Before I ask my question, from that red property line.
It's 120% of the tower height, so depending on what height tower that we're looking at, so if we move it back and we raise the height, that means it's got to get further from the property line. So it's 120% of the tower height. So in this case, it's going to be, 96 feet? 120%.
It's supposed to be 96 feet from the property line?
That's the setback from the property line is 120% of the tower height. So it
says it's
should be
59
96 feet. They've asked for a waiver to reduce down to 59 feet.
Okay.
So again,
the
keep
reason
it
I'm
away
asking
from the
that is,
track. It was pushed over to keep it away from the track a little more.
why couldn't we move it 10 or 15 feet closer to the property line? If they're asking for a waiver, we can move it closer to the property line. That looks like an old abandoned house in a hayfield. It's not going to hurt anything if it falls on that.
I don't disagree. I think we can, but we advertised the setback of 59 feet. So I think if you wanted to go less than that, we would have to re-advertise. I think what I would propose is that we just move it back a little bit so it's 40 feet from the track, but still maintaining that 59 feet from the side.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Ms. Smith, you got
And
a
I don't
question?
think,
I would suggest we just move it back a couple feet this direction where we still have the 59 feet, but we're maintaining at least that 40 feet from the track.
40 feet, that man right there said was the break point.
That's not him. An engineer has sealed those plans and said it's a 40-foot fall zone.
Okay.
Anyone else got any questions for Mr. Sandy? Go ahead.
I don't think we can put a pole or a tower or anything to where it falls on someone else's land.
Right, and we're not proposing that. So, if we moved it closer, I get you.
If you move it back, you're gonna move it closer. And I think we have an ordinance or something that says we can't, or anyone can't put a tower up that falls on someone else's property.
Yeah, I think and I don't have it in front of me, I think it talks about an adjacent residential structure, but I think it's been our practice is we don't want to, if we don't want the fall zone to be beyond the property that it's situated on. I think we can, Mr. Mitchell, to your point, I think we can move it back a little bit in the lot, maintain the 59-foot setback, but also maintain a 40-foot setback from the track, which in this case, I guess, would be moving it back about 5 feet to provide that. I think we can do that. It's just if we reduce that setback, we have to re-advertise. I think the other issue there too is I want to be careful about too much precedent. We have issued setback modifications, but it's never been less than, or the setback has never been less than the fall zone. We've always had kind of a buffer there. So I wouldn't want to move it too far if we did go in that direction.
Mr. Cundiff, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mitchell, go ahead.
If we're talking about re-advertising and moving, there's no way we can build this tower by the time our VADI agreement.
Well, what I'm suggesting is that I think we could move it without having to re-advertise. But to your point, that's part of the issue is keeping us on schedule with the project. So that's what I was saying. If we change that setback modification to less than 59 feet, I think we will have to re-advertise. And
Mr. Sandy.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any data that say this pole goes through 120 mile an hour wind and it survives it? do we have any data as to what, if any, structural damage that pole has sustained? That tomorrow, after the winds quit blowing and a little storm comes up, a wind blow, just how it blows sometimes, and there are kids out there, is there any structural damage where the towers, the integrity has been compromised and a potential for it to fall in?
I don't have any data on that. I really don't know. I don't know if Sean may just, because of course Blue Ridge Towers is in the business of building towers, so they may have some industry.
Yeah, so we have a stamped engineer that gives us a structural design with a foundation design that calls for it, and it also calls out how long that wind is there for. It's not just like a certain minutes or a certain time frame. So we have all that stamped and engineered on file already. And it's submitted when I do this building permit.
But I think the question was after that event.
We can order, we can reorder.
Do a structural analysis.
Yeah, we can order one after, if something like that happens.
How long does that take?
So pending if everybody survives 125-mile wind and storm, probably a couple weeks. So.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Sandy?
Well, then I can wrap up real quick, and
Yes,
then
sir.
we do have to have a public hearing. I'm not sure if
Yes,
anyone's
sir.
signed up to speak. So this is the chain link fence proposed. It's pretty common around most of these, but typically you'll see the green slats. I think the one at Burnt Chimney, the one at Summit View, they have the green. Again, for this site, they requested the blue just to match with the school property. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned, they tabled it the first time when they had their public hearing with some questions. We did go out in the field and look at some modifications to it. When it came back to the Planning Commission on the 9th, there was a motion to approve it with 4 conditions in the staff recommendation. There was no second to that, and the vote failed, and here's the vote for that. At that time, they didn't take another motion. They didn't try another vote. They asked that we send that recommendation and that recorded vote on to the Board of Supervisors. There was some discussion after it. There was some discussion that we've had tonight with just about concerns over potential safety issues. There was also discussion about having maybe a taller fence instead of just an 8-foot fence. I think 12-foot was mentioned as a fence that could be put up there. Commissioner Crawford from the Union Hall District, she actually abstained from the vote and said that she said the reason that she abstained was because she felt it wasn't the commission's decision to make. And then, like I said earlier, the commission did take another vote, or did not take another vote, and asked that the vote be sent on to the board. So there were 4 conditions that were recommended by the staff. Number 1, that the proposed monopole shall not exceed 80 feet in height. With the 30 by 30 compound that we reduced down, it would have an 8-foot tall chain link fence with the blue vinyl slats, and it would be similar to that reflected on the plans that have been submitted. The pole would accommodate 2 additional cellular providers. Number 3, the pole would not have any lighting unless required by the FAA. And then the modification to the tower height is granted at a setback of 59 feet, and the tower must have the engineered fall zone of 40 feet. So those were the 4 conditions proposed by staff, and I'll be happy to answer any additional questions you have. And like I said, it is a public hearing, so we do need to open the public hearing.
Yes, sir.
So we have one of those conditions that vinyl has to be put in link fence?
I'm sorry?
Don't we have to put a proposal that the vinyl has to be woven into the link
It's
fence?
in number 1, in
It's
condition
in it?
number 1. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that the vinyl over there that you all been picking
That's a
up?
piece of the Planning Commission wanted to see what that looked like, so we do have a sample of that. Madeline she can be Vanna White and bring it by.
We see it.
Closer? Okay. I'm just gonna walk through. Let me know if I need to split it.
Vanna.
You're welcome.
Can you do another walkthrough?
Come back and turn that other panel. Vanna White turning them panels. Any more questions for Mr. Sandy?
Can I make a
Questions?
comment, or do you want me to hold my
Do that
comment?
We're gonna do that in a minute.
Oh, you call
I'm gonna
on
let
me.
y'all do all the talking you want. in a
Okay.
minute. Any questions? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there any here? You have anybody signed up for the public hearing on this? Nobody at all? All right. With that being said, I'll close the public hearing. All right. Members, what's your pleasure? What you want to do? Lori?
Can I just make a general comment?
Sure.
My general comment is this, and I kind of said it a little bit earlier. We're running up against time deadlines, yes, with VATI. I get that. But as we move through these approvals, it is apparent to me that we needed and should be more involved in these tower site selections and where on the sites these things are going. Because this is an example, a prime example. We've got concerns that were not addressed, and it got to us without these concerns even being raised. And so to the extent that we can get in front of some of this stuff for the rest of our projects, I suggest we do that. And I suggest that the Broadband Authority become more proactive in these sites that have been chosen and articulated for those towers. I'm very concerned about, especially the school sites.
Anyone else?
I just say I agree with Lori on that if we have some input on the site selection, maybe we won't come down to where we're in a time crunch.
That's right.
And, we can work some of these issues out before we get in a time crunch. So that I agree with her on that maybe we need to be included in those site selection.
I mean, there are members of the Planning Commission that, have basically said they feel like they're rubber stamping these towers.
I have a concern in mind is much like what's already been. I understand. I'm not arguing that at all, that it will stand 125 mile an hour winds. I'm not arguing that. And I'm not arguing the fact that I know and believe if it's 125 winds, ain't nobody going to be out there because they're going to be flying by if they do. But it does bother me about the 125 mile an hour winds, whatever. If it happens, the potential structure damage that's there, and then tomorrow when the winds subside, that kids are going to be back in the area. Now, I believe for my part, if I'm going to, and I can't make a motion, I can if nobody else does, so I'll just wait on that. But to me, it needs to be one of the stipulations in there that if that wind gets up to excess and we need to define the excess, that there needs to be a structural test of whatever you all call it, whatever your terminology is, immediately, not 2 weeks, immediately. And I think immediately is within 12, 24 hours, especially if school's in session. But now that's I got to listen to what the rest, and if nobody wants to make a motion, I can. But you guys,
Make a motion.
Anybody else got something to say?
I think you can put conditions. You can suggest conditions.
A condition. I think also with that, if you have a wind event of that magnitude, you're going to have engineers down there checking out your school building anyway for same structural damage. So I don't think 2 weeks or even a week
is
acceptable. I'd like to see that a condition that you could get it done within 24 hours or so and make sure that pole is safe.
We'll try to get it done within 24 to 48 hours, any event like that.
Okay.
Well, I think if that 125 miles an hour does happen, then I think we can rope this off or do what we need to do to keep people away from it till it is inspected. I think that should be one of the stipulations in it. Now, how long that's going to take, I don't know. But if you put signs up, stay away, keep away, do this, then I think that's protecting everybody. If we do have that kind of wind, if you want to put that in as a stipulation.
I'll make a motion once everybody's done.
Anybody else got any comments or?
Mr. Chairman, just one last comment. I am very troubled about the reduction in this drop zone.
Say what again?
I'm very troubled about the reduction in this drop zone. And I think we have we agreed as a board that we want it moved back toward, that we want this site moved to the extent that we don't have to re-advertise?
We have no, we do not have a motion on the floor. We've got to wait and have a motion.
Okay, yeah, but if you're gonna ask for conditions.
If you want to put conditions, that needs to be in the motion.
Right, correct.
I've got a couple conditions that I would add.
Anybody else? Any?
Well,
Okay.
I hate to see us put the jeopardy in the tower itself, whether it'll be built or not built, because Mr. Sandy has said we could apply for an extension if we don't get it built by the time date. And that date is October 15th. And I know we've talked a lot about children, but children need the service that tower's going to bring. And when we were discussing the grades, this is going directly to the homes, and I hate to see us put it off and put it in jeopardy.
Well, I think another thing too is, like I said, the schools have accepted this. Schools accepted it.
But did they ask the right questions, Tom?
Yes, they asked the right questions. We
Because-
only got in on talking about on this, making it a little bit smaller. But schools were there, everybody was in agreement with what we did. And like I said, sure, the children be protected. But like I said, now, if you want to put a stipulation in, if it's 125 mile an hour wind, rope it off as far as the following distance of the tower, and then get it inspected. But I have to agree with Mr. Mitchell. We got to get this done. And we can do it safely.
I think everybody's saying the same thing, I think everybody's saying the same thing. You just want a stipulation put in there so that it is done forthwith, not 2 weeks.
Yep.
That's the way I'm reading it.
But Mr. Cundiff, understand, we all want the mission achieved, but we are fiduciaries of the safety of the things that we are approving to be built. And the buck's gonna stop with us if we don't do our due diligence. And if we don't exercise caution, and then somebody come back on us later on and saying, well, why didn't you guys talk about this, make a decision on it? We're fiduciaries.
Well, I understand that part, but like I said, the schools have approved it, they've looked at it, we discussed it. If there is a problem, then it should be roped off and then inspected. Now, if you want to put an amendment on there for that, I can go along with that. But the rest of it I don't understand, because it's all been taken care of, I thought, but anyway.
Okay, I need a motion.
I got a motion.
Yes, sir.
I think I have a motion that makes everybody happy. I'm not going to go by the wording in here, but I make a motion that we approve this site with 2 conditions. That it has to be 40 feet away from the track without us having to re-advertise that 59 feet. So that with the engineers telling us, you don't have to write all this down, but with the engineers telling us 80 feet breaks at 40, you got to think as it's falling back into itself, 40 feet should be plenty for the safety if there is anyone on the track. Second stipulation is engineer, whoever you guys have to be out within 24 to 48 hours to inspect it. And it has to be roped off until they're able to inspect it. How's that?
Those 2 conditions in addition to the 4 that were already.
Yes, I didn't even look at those.
I think that motion needs to be either 24 hours or 48 hours.
24 or 48. Okay.
Not a thing there. You got to specify what it is.
24 or 48 hours.
Can I just clarify when that's supposed to happen? Like, after what kind of an
After
event?
what?
You know what I mean?
After a weather event.
After a significant weather event where wind gets, I'm going to make it 100 miles an hour.
Over 100 miles an hour.
Did you increase the fall zone?
I did. I told him, the likelihood of anyone being outside of the track's unlikely, but.
Writing before you started, I was going to say that
Please.
the condition is in the event of a weather event in which this tower is subject to sustained winds of 100 miles per hour, the operator will have it
inspected within 48 hours by a professional engineer, and its fall area be, I said roped off, until the PE approves removing the protected area.
You may take that.
What was that last sentence?
Till the PE approves removing the protection from the area.
Professional engineer.
So if you rope it off, you don't move the ropes until the PE says you can.
Until the engineer says you can do it.
So, Mr.
You're gonna
Mitchell,
read that again, Ronnie? Is that gonna be your motion?
And right now,
Thought I had bad penmanship.
if,
I can read it.
He is a lawyer now.
if I could, the 4 conditions that are already in the resolution, if we could amend number 4 to state the 40 feet from the track.
Can you put that back up, Steve, please?
4 conditions.
Oops.
There you go.
So it's condition number 4, if we can add about maintaining 40 feet from the track to that one.
Yeah, I'm writing. I got you.
And then number 5 would be whatever Jim just came up with.
All right, scratch that one. I'd like to amend the motion I made, Mr. Chairman. I would like to approve as presented with the 4 conditions, adding 2 conditions. Okay, am I good so far? Those 2 conditions would be 40 feet from the track, because that's the collapse zone that they're claiming. And in the event, here's where I read what Jim, in the event of a weather event in which this tower is subject to sustained winds of 100 miles per hour, the operator will have it inspected within 48 hours by a PE, professional engineer, and its fall area to be roped off until the private engineer approves removing the protected area.
I'll second the motion.
Thanks, Tim. Gee.
And if you could just hand me that, I'll take it with
On discussion on the motion, may I
Yes.
say something?
Thanks, Jim.
Steve, I'd like a clarification on, is the driving factor for the 80-foot monopole due to the consideration of the lack of population density or reach? Because I'm wondering, this is probably one of the smaller monopoles that I've seen. What was driving the height of that pole?
You want to? Blue Ridge kind of designed that network, so I'll let.
So we didn't want to exceed certain FAA height restrictions. The poles either come in 80, 150, or 195. That's really the typical way, so that's how I really looked at it. So it was a matter of cost difference. We looked at a bunch of factors. The cost, the coverage area. We were able to provide the same coverage with 80-foot versus the 150. Plus, this is also going to be the backbone for phase 2 for our fiber connection. The last point of our fiber connection stops at this school, and from there on, we need this to connect for our phase 2, which we've already put in with Vati.
So with the 80-foot pole, you're saying that we will not have any underserved areas that supposed...
Cover everybody within that 2 to 3 mile radius, yes.
Is that the desired radius, Steve, 2 to 3 miles out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I think what, if I heard him correctly, is he really didn't gain the benefit of additional households with 150.
Right, but we gained double the cost, so, and that's what we were trying to save the cost.
Mr. K.I., when y'all plan these poles and you get the service you really want, and that determines the height, doesn't it?
Yes and no. In this particular case, we have our own license. So we will not bought a CBRS spectrum, as we told you guys earlier. So it's basically like our own cellular license. So it doesn't have any interference. So we were able to design it very proficiently this time around.
And one more question. Are you good with the movement of the...
I am. I'm able to shift exactly what you guys said, 40 feet away from the track. Originally, we had it too close. It was 15 feet. We can go up just a little bit, just before where the tree is, I believe. From there, the elevation drops significantly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But will it work now if we do move it?
Yes, it'll work.
Okay. No additional expenses?
No additional expenses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call vote, please.
Can you read the motion, Madeline?
Yes. So I'm gonna, I'm just gonna raise the pen. So on the motion made by Supervisor Ronald Mitchell and seconded by Supervisor Tatum.
The four proposed conditions plus.
Okay, with the 4 proposed conditions, what was presented, in addition, the 5th condition being the pole moves 40 feet away from the track, and the 6th condition is in the event of a weather event in which,
Sustained winds.
yes, sustained winds of 100 miles per hour, the operator will have a professional engineer inspect the pole within 48 hours, and the area be roped off until the professional engineer gives approval of the tower.
Okay.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, they will be cautioned the first time, and the speaker out of order, he will be ruled out of order, and the second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Henry Turnage.
Henry Turnage, Calico Rock Road, Rocky Mount, Virginia. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board again for the opportunity to speak on the relocation of the Confederate flag statue in front of the Franklin County Courthouse. Until the statue is respectfully relocated, this issue is not going away. Why am I here again this month? When I come through those doors, I don't think I'm going to win. I know I'm going to lose. I come through that door right there because I know my children are going to come through that same door one day, and they're going to ask for the same thing that I'm asking for today: an opportunity and respect. That's all you can ask for in this world, an opportunity. If you take it, you take it. If you don't, you don't. Respect. Respect is earned. I give respect to the board to give it back to me. I want to take today to the last month since we talked. A couple of things have happened. I've seen a couple of things in the paper. The New York Times, and with your board. I saw the interview they had with a gentleman with the Conclusion Committee, and he said something very important to me. He said that he had spoken to somebody about their children not having a future in Franklin County. That's why I'm here. The New York Times article, I want to speak to not any of the board members today. I want to speak to a man, Mr. Aaron Hodges, who came up and spoke in favor of the statue. He's me. He's just a white version of me. He got some very important quotes. He said he's sick of people complaining about the government but doing nothing about it. That's why I'm here today. I'm sick of people complaining about the justice system and racism in it, but doing nothing about it. He said, just stand up for yourself and say no. Not to the government taking your property and your rights, but to anyone who tries to take advantage of you. He also said, and these two quotes hit me hard. He said, he has a sense of loss of the old America, the honor bound and the chivalry that is completely gone. I've never had that America. You know, he's afraid of losing his America, but I'm seeing changes in Americans saying maybe I can obtain what he has, what he thinks he's losing. He's also said this is very important. The conflict in America is not a left or a right issue, not a white or a black issue, but a political class and an ordinary American issue. If me and Mr. Hodges can't get together and talk, the board members and the politicians are not going to solve our problems for us. It's me and him coming together, sitting down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alice Lavelle.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Good evening.
I'm not for sure. Did this just work by itself here? The clock? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I am Pastor Alice Lavelle, and I am a resident of Rocky Mount, Virginia. I have lived here all my life, and I've been...
Talking to the mic, please, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me. I stand here tonight in support of Black Lives Matter and their ongoing efforts to encourage the removal of the statue in front of the courthouse. Being aware of the testimonies previously presented before you all, I thank you for simply listening to my little voice, which is only one of many. I was blessed to grow up here, like I said, and then I experienced integration in the public school systems when I was a child. Every experience wasn't a pleasant one, but my father taught us you came here to get an education, not to fight. So that's what we did. We got our education. I was also blessed to serve in the military for 20 plus years, and then to return here and raise my children who do not reside here now. I've heard testimonies about people saying, my kids don't want to come back. Well, mine don't either. And I think that's sad because they have a lot to offer this community. Like I said, I returned here, raised my kids, and they experienced encounters too with racial injustice. And I never taught my kids to look at color, so I would get these questions when we would come here, and they said, well, Mama, how come people are like that? And I said, well, keep looking at the heart. Don't look at the color of people's skin. Look at the heart. So it is obvious that some of the same situations and symbols which divided us as a community in the 60s, which was my time frame, and my kids' era, which was the 90s, I see these same symbols, and they still hold true today. Not only have I prayed about what to say before you here tonight, because I'm not one that just want to say anything, but I did ask the Lord about this, and should I come? I've been sitting back, I've been quiet, I haven't participated, but I've been praying. And not just for this community, but for everybody in the community, okay? I have observed the many tactics that have been geared to remove the statue, but I've also noticed the counter tactics that were used to keep the statue in place. And so, in my closing remarks, I must share with you what the Lord has instructed me concerning the entire situation. We have a governor, a board of supervisors, a town council, and might I add, we know the president is at the top of our chain, and all of which are in charge. The Word of God instructs us to obey the law of the land and to pray for those that have charge over us, and I think people do that to the best of their ability. The governor of Virginia said take the Confederate statues down throughout the state of Virginia. And my time is up, I understand that.
Thank you, ma'am.
But God says, a kingdom divided against itself shall not stand. So I think in Franklin County, throughout Rocky Mount, we need to come together. Because this has been in place, like I said, since I was a child. And I don't think future generations want to deal with this, nor should they have to. So I just ask, please remove the statue, put it in a place where we can generate revenue for the county, and replace it with something that's going to signify the unity for everybody. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry to have run over.
Ms. Glenna Moore.
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore. I live in Rocky Mount. This is a story, a true story, of 2 cemeteries in Rocky Mount. Please allow me the liberty to romanticize, as frequently done by 21st century Confederates. According to the Historical Society, the High Street Cemetery was started as a family burial ground when Dr. Richard Tallifer's wife, Polly, died in 1837. The cemetery has always been known by the black community as the White Cemetery. Union veteran Captain William K. Byrd from Tennessee settled in Rocky Mount after the Civil War. Captain Byrd was white and fell in love and married the beautiful black woman, Cicely Frith. It's not clear if they were legally married, since miscegenation was illegal in Virginia. Captain Byrd attempted to purchase burial plots in High Street Cemetery. Not surprisingly, he was denied, as he may have the audacity to bury his black wife in a lily white cemetery. And that was not acceptable in Franklin County, where a black man, Richard Woods, was lynched for living with the white woman. And of course, it's a county that eventually erected 2 Confederate statues. So Captain Byrd did what my Jewish friend said they do when excluded. He started his own. He purchased land on Tank Hill, Bird Lane, off North Main Street, near the Angle Bridge, and started a cemetery for himself, Cicely, and other disenfranchised African Americans in Rocky Mount, who were working in relegated Negro jobs, being paid less than whites. Captain Byrd and Cicely both died in the 1930s and are resting peacefully in Birdview Cemetery, surrounded by several generations of African Americans, also in peace, in a space where they are respected. I submit that the Franklin County Confederate Monument be placed in an environment that suits it, an all-white space where there is a large contingent of Confederate veterans and charter members of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. The statue should be carefully dismantled into at least 2 parts and strategically placed in the High Street Cemetery. This location will be convenient for the United Daughters of the Confederacy, who ceremoniously dress up like wives, daughters, and sisters of slaveholders, to place wreaths at the foot of the statue and plant Confederate flags on graves of their loved ones. Please consider this as a possible option when you move the statue.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have signed up to speak.
That's everyone. Thank you. Other matters by supervisors, we'll take those one at a time. I'll go with this here. I told you last month that I'm going to get you copies of the unfunded mandates. This is it. And I've talked to staff. We're going to keep this one book. It'll either be in Madeline or Chris's office. It'll be available for you if you want to look at it. Staff was checking, and we'll have an answer here in just a minute. If there's enough room, it is available electronically, but it takes up a whole lot of room. And I don't know if we've got that much room in our system or not. And Chris was going to check. I think the proper answer, from what I understood, if you gotta have it, he can get it to you. But right here it is. The staff's they've got a copy electronically on there. If there's a particular item that you want, if you want to come and peruse the book, and there's a particular item that you want, then they'll get it. But how much space did it take, Chris, for just one time? You remember?
I'm
It
not
was
sure.
astronomical.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, other than the 2016 version, the state of Virginia, of course, was able to provide that through a PDF, but I think it's grown since for state and federal mandates, and so now they just post a link to a website because it's so large of a document with the mandates. And I think it includes funded and unfunded mandates. I'm not sure, but it's voluminous, to say the least.
So there it is. It's up to you on how you want it. You can let staff know, and they will accommodate you.
Can it be put on a CD disc? Is it too big for that?
I'll try, I have not tried playing around with it, so I can try the jump drives or CD discs. Give me some time.
Well, even, I mean, an index would be helpful just to know what's available to look at.
There isn't an index here. I've looked through it several. I don't know if there's an index available, but I think what's happened, the way I read it, they're like in a chronological order as they have come in. And it's interesting reading what little bit I've read there.
I bet.
Mr. Mitchell, you got anything?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to bring before the board, I was at Snow Creek Rescue Squad a week ago, and I talked to Chris a time or two during budget time, and they've made a request to update their building, and the request is that they build a room or anyway a section onto what they have for showers, a place for volunteers to stay if they need to, and they're struggling, and they think that this would probably help them in some recruitment. And I don't have a set number, but after the president has said we'll probably get some money next year in COVID, I would like to see us look at this, and if we can give them some assistance, I think it would do well for them in recruitment and just help their service to the Snow Creek area.
Thank you, sir.
I just want us to be aware, and if we can work it in next year, it'd be greatly appreciated.
It also helped the paid staff.
Pardon?
It also helped the paid staff that's there as well.
Yes. And, you think about it, I've never been a fireman, but if you could get back to the squad building and at least take a shower, it would be great. And with them being as far out as they are, no farther than some other areas in the county, but I think it would help them some in recruitment. And also they mentioned that if we had a place like that, if there was some younger people in the county that wanted to come and spend some time, they would have somewhere they could do it and answer calls.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just got a couple quick things, and since Major Sigmund's here, I don't know if you all have noticed it or not, but there is a huge increase of litter on the highways. Grassy Hill is horrible, 220 corridor. And I'm curious, Major Sigmund, are the trustees going to be able to come back out pretty soon, or what's that looking like?
Mr. Carr, they're getting their second vaccine next week. We got a projected date of around April 5th to get our trustees back to work. We have fielded several of those calls about trash needing pickup and county staff needing their assistance as well. So well on our radar screen to get that back up and going, sir.
I figured it was just checking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And the other issue I have with the possibility of Mountain Valley Pipeline moving forward, they are planning on boring under every stream in Franklin County. I think as a board we need to be aware of that. And Steve, are you still listed as a FERC intervener on there? I think as a county we probably need to make a comment about that, addressing these water issues and these water crossings. Well, maybe you got something on that, Mr. Mitchell? Okay, well, that's all I have, and I guess when it gets to Ronnie, he can talk about it if he wants to.
Well, I want to echo just a moment, Mr. Chairman. Any time we live in and our roads are becoming a trash pile, what are people thinking?
It's terrible.
I mean, you see where they have been and got lunch at Burger King or wherever, they throw the whole bag and everything out. Well, here comes a dog along and he checks it out, and then you've got it scattered. But it's just bothers me that people can't think enough to pick up their own trash.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cunningham.
Well, what bothers me is when you go down the road, it's a whole bag of trash on the side of the road. You know that man, he left the house, you know how many bags of trash he had. I think if they spotted, they should be opened up and find out who belonged that trash bag to them, and then fine them for it. That's the way I look at it.
Flying out the back of a pickup, going down the road.
Yep. But anyway, what about the board applications?
We'll get those in just a second.
Okay. That's it.
Mr. Taylor?
I have a couple. I think several months ago when we started the registry for the short-term rentals and put some conditions on some of our lodging, I think we may have inadvertently created a problem for some places. I had a call from a lady this past week, and I went and visited her residence that she has been using for short-term rentals for several years. It's in the Ferrum area, so it's not a zoned area, and she's been renting it most time during hunting season because a lot of people like to come and hunt on her property. But it's one bedroom, and it has in the living room area, it's a little cabin. In the living room area, it has a fold-out sofa bed that's a regular sized bed, so it's big enough for two people. And then there's a screened-in patio area that's also there that has cots that she puts. She'd been renting it for 6 people for years. And now with our regulations that we passed several months ago, we put 2 people per bedroom. Well, it's only got 1 bedroom, so she can only list it for 2 people. I told her I would bring that back before the board for discussion to see what we could do, because I went up and looked at the house. Square footage wise, it can handle 6 people easy. The bathroom area, the kitchen area, all large, but it's just one bedroom, the way it was constructed. What do we need to do to rectify that problem?
I'm not familiar with the particular site you're talking about, but yeah, I think the way we have it listed now is it's based on the septic capability, the septic capacity, and the number of bedrooms assigned to that. If you want to get with me afterwards, get me the name and stuff, we'll see what we can do. If they were to add a second bedroom, she'd have to make sure the septic, was probably expanded as well. Sounds like maybe she only has a 1-bedroom septic.
Yeah, it's one bedroom, and she said she didn't have a problem, if she needed to get the health department to inspect the septic system to make sure that it's up to code. But, they utilized a sofa bed, and they utilized a patio area that had sleeping quarters there, and she'd been renting it for years, and now with our regulations, she's limited to just 2 people. And plus, she just got a letter. It was dated February the 27th, I think, and she received it in the mail last week telling her that she had to pay the $150 fee for the registration, and it was backdated to October and prorated, so she didn't have to pay the whole $200, but she had to pay $150 going back to October, and then effective July 1, she got to pay $200 more dollars. So she said, I've got to pay $350 between now and July the 1st. She said, but that's not a problem. She said, I'll pay that if I need to. But she said, she's been listing this particular resident for years and renting it out to people, and they've been coming regularly. And she showed me a grocery receipt where they went to Kroger last time they were here and spent $300 in groceries. And she said, they paid sales tax, and they visit our local businesses. And she said, if I can't list it and I can't rent it, we're going to lose that business. I'll get with you.
Yeah, if you can get me the information. I mean, the one issue we have there is if you can remember some of these larger places at the lake where they had, they're advertising for 16 people, but yet they only have 3 bedrooms, and so they've got people kind of stuck in all different places. So I think that's how we ended up, that it was really based on the number of bedrooms that the septic could accommodate and 2 people per bedroom. But if you give me the info, we'll look into it and see.
And my next thing that I had was for Major Sigmund. This is goes along with what was already asked about trustee helping with maybe the animal shelter and landfill. Is there a possibility we could get some help in the near future whenever things get loosened up at the animal shelter, helping feeding and cleaning and whatnot, and then also helping out at the landfill?
Yeah, obviously COVID, we've talked a lot about that today, and it's been the driving force of just pulled back. So we know those needs are out there. I'll get with staff tomorrow, see if we can tighten that window down any more. We were kind of waiting for that second vaccine, get that kicked in. We just have recently reduced our response level plan. We've opened our business, the front doors up a little bit more and relax, move forward in the right direction. But we did have a plan for that, but we'll evaluate that and see if we can move forward a little bit quicker.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Smith.
Thank you. I think we're right at about that 1 year or close to it timeline that we, the board, had said that we would ask planning staff to go back after we had a year under our belt with our third-party vendor on short-term rentals, where we would send some of those ancillary issues back to the Planning Commission to do some further due diligence, like on setbacks. I had a couple issues like if we have a failing application, how long do they wait before they come back? Short-term rentals transferring with land sale versus person, etc. So I would like for the board to consider sending this back now a year later, asking Mr. Sandy to have the Planning Commission begin reevaluating those ancillary issues that we did not take up last year. Is everybody in concurrence with that?
I think so.
Okay. And the other thing, Mr. Sandy, I was wondering, now that we've got the board in here and we're chatting, do we have a date for the Housing Summit yet in terms of getting with the consultants?
We have not set a date. What I would propose to you is possibly April 19th.
April 19th?
That's kind of the work session days that you guys had set aside at the beginning of the year, the Monday prior to the board meeting. I think it would be lining up, unless Mr. Whitlow has something else, I think it would be lining up. That would probably be a good time. And then also a Broadband Authority meeting that same day on the 19th, and then your regular meeting on the 20th starting at 1:30. We could arrange that if that's the pleasure of the board to have it on the 19th.
Does that suit everybody? It's going to be very important that we get this work session in so that we can move towards scheduling the the big meeting that we want to have with stakeholders, which we'd like to do it in May if we can, sooner the better. So this will be kind of like that initiating step that we need to get completed. So does the board concur with that date so that Steve can schedule that with the consultant?
What time?
I think the way you have it set is broadband at 3 and work session 3:30. Am I correct? I think is what the way it's set, unless you guys want a different time.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Mitchell?
All right. Steve, Mike, Chris, I got a lot this month, so I hope y'all are ready. Just giving you a heads up. This is printed out for you, so you don't have to write any of this down. I'm going to start with where Mike left off as far as issues with the pipeline. So as they're getting ready to move forward, I think this board needs to support the citizens that are concerned about this. This is normal operating procedures, what I'm getting ready to suggest for any business with big projects. Number one, we need a verification of insurance, a copy of the commercial general liability policy declaration page, plus current certificate of insurance, or a copy of self-insurance plan if not insured by the commercial carrier. Number two, a $40 million performance bond just for Franklin County in case they walk away or lose permits or just fold or go bankrupt. That would allow us to hire our own contractor to do land restoration and reclamation work. They go belly up, they can walk away from it. We got the mess cleaned up at our expense. $40 million mitigation fund just for Franklin County to hold 5 years post-construction for any potential claims or losses. Number 2 and 3 are based on a percentage of total estimated cost of project at $6 billion and total length of route at 303 miles, which includes Virginia and West Virginia. This is normally what banks and insurance companies normally require as a percentage. Number 4, demand guarantee from FERC that no pipe will be abandoned in this county. If project fails, contractor must remove all buried and unburied pipe off landowner properties at their expense. Guys, if this pipeline bellies up, you talk about raising taxes, the money it's going to cost to clean this mess up could bankrupt this county. This is for you. I hope that...
Let me have it down here and I'll
Yep,
put it
sorry.
with all the other stuff.
So I'll ask the board, just like Ms. Smith, is everybody in agreement with this?
I am.
I have a question for council.
No, we can't do that.
Well, my-
I think what I suggest,
The answer is what you think it is.
Okay.
I will give this list to staff and let them go over it, and then they can give us an answer
Okay.
on where we're at with that, because this has all got to go through the council, and I think everybody already knows the answer to it anyway. It's
There should be something.
It's a federal project, is what it is.
Well,
What's that
I would like for
in-
staff to find out if the feds are going to make them clean it up.
Sir?
The staff needs to find out if the feds are going to make them clean it up if they go belly up.
We can file a comment, though, through FERC, with Mr. Sandy as an intervener. Our objections to this boring, that, I know that can be done. I don't care if it's a federal project or not.
That right there. I mean, listen, don't take it wrong. Now, I fought this thing from day one. I was the one that bought it out. I'm against it 100%. It would have never been here if I'd have had anything to do with it. Don't forget that. From day one, I fought it. But it's where it's at.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Mitchell, just, we have a responsibility to exercise whatever we can legally exercise. Our voice as a sitting elected body needs and should mean something. I don't care if it's FERC. I understand it's FERC. But there are public comment periods, and there are ways that we can work the process where we are at least doing everything that we can do optimally to protect our citizens. And anything less than that, then, gentlemen, we're not doing our job, quite honestly. And that's what we're here for. We need to have a local presence on these issues. I don't care if it's FERC, we'll have it with FERC, we'll have it with DEQ, whoever. But I support what you're saying to the degree that we can do whatever we can do.
Okay.
These stream crossings, this boring under has got the potential to do detrimental harm to our watershed and Smith Mountain Lake.
That's right.
And that's our main economic tourist driving engine, so I think it's time to step up to the plate and address some of these problems moving forward.
Agree. I'm gonna pass this right on to staff to come up with. I was under the impression ever since day one that we were doing all that we were allowed to do, but it's certainly not gonna hurt to take another look and go through it there, in my opinion, either.
Okay. Yeah. My next item would be Diamond Avenue as far as getting that secondary road. Haven't heard much on it. I'm gonna ride Mr. Carter's coattail on this one. We owe it to him to try to do everything we can to make that happen. I know I struggle with how long things take in the government. I get it. But let's get very proactive on moving forward with this. We owe it to that man who wants to try to get reelected. And it is very important that we have secondary means of egress for our fire and EMS and police getting in and out of there.
Well, I will say, staff has been working pretty diligently on that.
Excuse me.
I've been in contact with them, and we are pretty close to a resolution, I think.
Nobody updated me. I'll retract that one. Thank you, Mr. Carter. This next one involves me and Mr. Tatum. The cannery in Callaway. With the pandemic, our cannery has seen a tremendous amount of traffic. It's getting worn out. We have some safety issues up there. Myself, Mr. Tatum, have a list of some of the improvements that we need. I have a number, Mr. Tatum, if you will agree with me or disagree. It's the boiler, correct? Or pressure, the pressure boiler that they use to actually cook down the food. It's old, it's worn out. We've been putting Band-Aids on it, and it needs to be replaced. I see it getting used more and more. Even if the pandemic ends, it's really important to the citizens in Callaway, and I'm sure it's just as important to the citizens in Glade Hill that use that one. That being said, we have a fund balance. We have reserve accounts. Can I see that reserve account sheet again, please? I would ask that we try to take $50,000 out of either the fund balance or one of these reserve accounts and put it towards improvements at the cannery.
Hang on.
Before I go on to my next item, I'd like to see if Mr. Tatum would like to add to this item.
Just that, we've had some discussion. I know Mr. Burnett and Mr. Chapman have had some discussion with school personnel about relocating the canneries from the school to Parks and Rec. And that's ongoing. That's something that they're working with. The school, I've met with Dr. Cobbs and Mr. Williams, and they're both very much in favor of it. But that would have to be a school board decision as well. But they thought it was a win-win for the school. And the boiler situation at Callaway, that boiler originally was at Glade Hill, and they moved it from Glade Hill to Callaway, and that was 20-some years ago, and it was wore out when they moved it. So it's been band-aided about all they can, and from my understanding, there's probably there's some needs at the one in Glade Hill as well that we need to check and see, and while fix. We might fix one this year and fix one next year, what Mr. Whitlow can work out with his magic pen. But I agree that I want to give some attention to starting with the one in Glade Hill, Callaway.
Me and Mr. Tatum have some support on that. See if we can get some money for the cannery.
That'd be a good thing for the budget next.
If I may,
budget
Mr.
session and for next month, Tuesday, in the work session.
If I may,
that needs to be brought up.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Burnett, I think Mr. Tatum mentioned and shared recently, and of course, several years ago, staff looked into the cannery issue and completed some analysis I don't know, that was about 6-7 years ago, I believe, Mr. Burnett. And so Mr. Burnett has worked with our General Properties Department and Parks and Recreation, taking an inventory of the situation and doing some further analysis. And so Mr. Burnett has put together a report, because there are items there that would obviously need some serious consideration before anything is done. We'll say that. And so in that regard, we're kind of one step ahead already there. But then again, once we look at that report and analysis for the board, there's some things there, but we'll have to make sure that we be very careful and take a lot of due diligence with. And so Mr. Burnett's finalizing that report, and as you said, Mr. Chairman, at an upcoming work session or either a communication, we'll make sure we get that report out to the board to really inform the board what we're looking at, because there are a lot of parameters to the cannery matter. And so
and that may fit, Mr. Whitlow, in our summer retreat
as
we focus on capital needs.
Very well could, because we know there are a lot of capital needs, and Mr. Mitchell's correct, and we've heard from Mr. Tatum as well, because we know we recognize there are needs there. It's just how do we address them, when should we address them, and how we go about it. But we can get that information to the board and welcome the board's feedback when we have that opportunity.
Yeah, it's a safety concern to me. You got 5 or 6 people in there on that pressure cooker, and it decides to blow up. I mean, we're going to have some people to answer to. So, all right, this next one's for you, Mr. Sandy, planning and zoning. I've talked about it briefly. I want to make the board aware of the bonds that are being asked, that our citizens are having to put up until grass starts to grow on their projects. I'm going to use one example. Steve knows the example, and Steve worked on it, made it better. Thank you. The situation I'm saying, so when there's a new construction project, sediment and erosion control people in planning saying go out and inspect it. They won't give a CO for the property, correct me if I'm wrong here, Steve, until there's actual grass growing. Well, in the wintertime, we don't have that luxury. So this citizen was asked to put up a $15,000 bond until his grass came up. Not everybody has that kind of money. So it leads to my question, who decides on that amount and what guidelines are they using? Is there state guidelines? Are they using their discretion? How do they come up with $15,000?
Yeah, for that particular case, that was a engineer's cost estimate, determined what the cost estimate was to put up silt fence, to do the land grading, to do the seeding and the mulching. All that was $15,000. It was not just the seeding. So what we were able to do there is reduce that down to just the seeding because the other work was done. Those regulations are part of the DEQ regulations as it comes to erosion and sediment control and stormwater. So anytime there's land disturbance over 10,000 square feet, they have to do an erosion and sediment control plan. They have to bond all the improvements. They have to bond the seeding and all that. And we cannot release those bonds until the site's stabilized.
Right.
So,
but $15,000.
Well, in that case, the seeding itself was not $15,000. So we did reduce it down to, I think, $2,000 or $3,000 is what we reduced it down.
But this gentleman was told until his grass comes up, he couldn't get any of it back, and then you fixed it.
Yeah, so he was given wrong information on reducing it, but we could not release it all until the grass was growing. So the site was stabilized. And that's only for projects that disturb more than 10,000 square feet. So constructing a single-family home, we don't have that same requirement. If you, as an example, if you're ready to move in your home in December and you've got no grass growing, we don't require, I mean, we'll still give you the CO, but your builder has to put up $1,500, not $15,000, $1,500 as a guarantee that he'll come back in the spring and plant grass and the grass will grow. As soon as the grass is growing, we give that cash escrow back.
$1,500. I'm using this scenario because I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. Yes.
Yeah.
Not doing it to single that office out. I want this board to know what some of the citizens are having to do out here. I'm not okay with that at all. I don't think it's fair to the citizen that they got to come up with. Most people don't have that kind of money laying around. This situation, apparently he did, but just wanted to make everybody aware.
Let me ask the question, is that a county ordinance or is that a state ordinance?
It's a county code taken from the state regulations, I guess is the best way to say it. So
And
that's
we
part
have
of
to go
when,
with the state code, right?
when the county adopted and took over the enforcement of the erosion and sediment control and stormwater. That's part of what we did. And I guess even though it does seem cumbersome, I think part of the reason this board or the previous board took that authority over was because we could reduce that bond in a day. If you go through DEQ, it's probably going to be 30, 60, 90 days to get your bond reduced. And so things like that, I think, is the reason locally that we're administering those programs.
I understand.
Through the county.
My
But
point
it's
is,
but there's still a minimum we have to assess.
with the building official's office and planning and zoning, all that this board asked those two offices to do, and anything those two offices do, is state minimum. Was $15,000 on this job state minimum?
That the state requires that they have an engineered cost estimate for the improvements, and that's what we base the bond on, is their engineer's cost estimate.
So all these homes being built around the county, they're putting up bonds like this?
No, not for
Anything over
doesn't-
10,000.
Yeah, we have what's called an agreement in lieu of for a single-family residential home. So this particular situation was a little different. It was not, he was not building a home.
But it wasn't a business either.
No, you're correct. And a lot of the businesses are putting up like $150,000 bonds. So he was just in a situation where he was disturbing more than 10,000 square feet. He was also not building a single-family home, and that's what put him in that category.
Okay. All right. So I know you guys are getting tired of me harping on this, but I'm going to harp on it some more. The fire truck rotation. So spoke with Mr. Whitlow last Friday. I'm just going to read out what I typed sitting in my office this morning. So I misunderstood at the last budget meeting on this particular item. We have voted to replace Snow Creek's tanker in this fiscal year. When I asked last meeting about the fire truck rotation next fiscal year, I thought I remember being told that there was $500,000 in the budget for the next fire truck. I misunderstood. So let's talk about why this truck needs to be replaced ASAP. Talking about burnt chimneys tanker. It's next on the list. I've been doing my research to prepare for today's meeting, and here's what I found out. Here is a list of what's currently wrong with Tanker 9. Truck lacks power. It's a 1999 model. Company 9 members have to turn lights and sirens off because most of the time it will not get over 40 miles an hour. Company 9 members are choosing not to take it on calls most of the time. They are, and I quote, having to baby it. It has been brought to my attention that it has been towed several times after responding to a call for fuel and alternator problems, wasted tax dollars. They will not respond to this truck unless it's absolutely necessary. The air leaks. This is a fire truck that uses air brakes to stop it, and the air leaks on this truck. The dash instrument panel is falling apart. The instrument panel gauges do not work. The driver's side rear discharge is unable to be used due to a leaking valve. There's no camera system like the new trucks. This is a safety hazard. Firefighters get ran over every year because of this. Truck has no good turning radius, as most older trucks don't. Ladders are too high to easily get on and off the truck. It's poorly engineered. Drop tank, which is the tank that you set out on a fire that the other tanker trucks dump into that the engine can draft out of on a fire scene. They have to store it on top of their hose bed. It takes 4 firefighters just to get it off the truck. It only holds 1,800 gallons of water. Most tankers are 2,500. Exhaust brake doesn't work. They need a truck that can come off Windy Gap Mountain, that they don't solely have to rely on the brakes, which is why you need an engine brake or a Jake brake. The truck has strobe lights. They're outdated and expensive to work on and just not safe. So I would like to use 2 scenarios. Let's say there's a house fire in Hardy. Company 9 cannot respond, Tanker 9, for whatever one of these reasons. While Engine 9 responds, which is probably going to take 10 to 15 minutes, they arrive on scene and start fighting fire. They are now waiting for the next due tanker from Scruggs, 25 minutes, Boone's Mill, 25 minutes, Rocky Mount, 25 minutes, or Glade Hill, 35 minutes. Fire doubles in size every 30 seconds. How are we supposed to protect our citizens' properties without the tools to do it? With a tanker, they can respond and have 2,500 more gallons of water on scene with their engine. When the next tanker arrives, they can refill and keep on-scene operations going. Next scenario. We have a 22-year-old fire truck which by policy needs to be replaced. We have a firefighter responding tanker 9 to a call with an air leak, under power, outdated safety lights, and a non-operational exhaust brake. So I asked the question, which staff member or supervisor will go with me to tell the firefighter's family they were killed today when they wrecked the fire truck? I asked that we replace this truck ASAP and look at other trucks in the county and keep our fire truck rotation and on track. Which brings me to this nice little sheet that Lori gave me. Looking at all these reserve accounts right here, I'll use the 3 that were put aside with CARES money. Budget Stabilization Reserve, Discretionary Reserve, COVID Response Reserve, and then what's above and beyond our fund balance, which is $3.1 million. I mentioned at the last budget meeting that we could save a couple $100,000 by buying 2 or 3 at a time, twice your tax collections, pay it off. I would ask this board, Snow Creeks was put off 2 to 3 years. Our firefighters need these trucks, guys. We have money to do it. Our financial advisor, Davenport, told us using money that's above and beyond our 20% policy minimum will not hurt our bond rating. Why can't we use some money to keep the fire truck rotation going? We're only 2 or 3 away from getting the worst trucks in the county taken care of. Here's what's going to happen. We keep putting these trucks off. The trucks that are currently good, they're going to catch up with the trucks that are bad right now. Then we're going to have to spend more money down the road. If we've got some money in one of these reserve accounts, let's use it and keep the fire truck rotation going. And I would love if anyone would like to comment or would like to support my endeavor on trying to keep our fire truck rotation going.
I support you 100%, because starting next year, you can add at least 2 more trucks to that list that need to be replaced.
Callaway tanker, Ferrum's engine.
Henry's engine's coming up.
Henry's engine, Henry's tanker. It's never going to go away. I just, we keep putting it off. Does anybody want to jump on board with me and Tim and use some of the money out of one of these reserve accounts to get the fire truck rotation going, get the fire truck committee back together and start speccing out this tanker truck? They're not even responding it, ladies and gentlemen. They're only responding it when they absolutely have to. They're running the crap out of their new Engine 9, which means they're going to wear it out even faster.
I think it's a good idea. I think this discussion needs to be in the work session next week. It can't be settled tonight, but it can be. It needs to be in the work session.
I've been told since I started this that if I don't get 3 other supervisors to kind of jump on and support, it dies right here.
Let's roll with it.
I'm not going to let it die.
We don't have an apparatus reserve fund, or do we?
No.
I think that any county that's paying for fire apparatus or whatever it may be, we should have a fleet fund, for the lack of a better term. In this case, it's these high-dollar fire apparatus, so that we can understand from year to year, where we're taking the money from, and that the rotation has a discipline to it, year in and year out. That's just my 2 cents.
Mr. Mitchell, anything else?
I'm done. Sorry I took so long.
I have, the only thing that I've added to the list to give to Mr. Whitlow is I'm going to renew what I'm saying, and I'm going to push it heavy, that I'm not going to support no more fire stations. I'm not going to support any more add-ons until I get a fire station in Hardy. I'd just like to have a fire station to come to, let alone a new place to take a shower. And until I can get a fire station and rescue squad in Hardy, I'm not supporting anything else. Now, that's arrogant, that's mean, and that's hateful. But the citizens of the Boone District deserve the same as everywhere else. Mr. Attorney.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just 2 minutes. As I think you're aware, the board is aware, we're coming close to having agreements in the opioid litigation in principle to get them settled. And one of the things that the legislature did in anticipation of this was House Bill 2322 and Senate Bill 1469, which created the Opioid Abatement Authority to ensure the fair and orderly distribution of opioid litigation recoveries to local and state governments. And basically the concept is, I think it's grants looking at particular projects to address opioid addiction as well as the effects of it. Now, one important aspect of the balance struck by the legislation is the size and composition of this board that's going to govern the authority. The board is composed right now of the Secretary of Health and Human Services, 2 members of the General Assembly, an elected member of a local governing body, 2 Community Services Board representatives, 2 medical professionals, 1 sheriff, 1 local government attorney, and 1 representative of the addiction and recovery community. It's really a widespread and a very good idea. In fact, it's almost a pushback. There have been some issues with the Tobacco Commission, and this, the money from the tobacco settlements came in, and this is to keep it from being a political football. However, there is apparently a group in the addiction and recovery community that is pushing the governor to amend the statute and have 1/3 of the board, just lop off 1/3 of it and make a 1/3 of it controlled by the addiction and recovery professionals in that group, as opposed to them fitting in with the rest. What our attorney has asked us to do is authorize our county administrator to let him include Franklin County as a signatory to the letter of the governor saying, please don't do that. Please leave this board the way the legislature wants it. And I just wanted to make sure I had a consensus to be able to tell them that was the case.
I think so.
Yes.
What about the rest of it?
Absolutely.
I really don't know what you're talking about, so yeah.
I think I'm within, I think that I'm within the parameters of what I was elected for. Compiled a list here. I know you take notes all the time. I would like to ask staff at our next meeting, when it comes on to other matters where you do that you just give us a little update on all of these, where we're at. That you're working on it, you've talked, and you're waiting for this, or you're waiting for that. It doesn't have to be, I'll put it this way, just give me the Reader's Digest version of it for everybody on where we're at, so that can't nobody say that it hadn't been looked at or done, just thrown away. Okay? All right, I think we've got some board appointments that we need to do. Mr. Cundy.
Yes. The library board in my district's open, and I have a gentleman by the name of Sean Mitchell Davis has applied for it. We've talked several times. He seemed to be a pretty outstanding gentleman, and I'd like to submit his name for the board. You should have a copy of this in your packet.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All approved by yay? Just a voice vote? All in favor say yes?
Yes.
Any opposed? No. All right. Anyone else? No one else? Any more business or actions? All right. Be recessed until the budget work session on March the 23rd at 3 o'clock.
I think we said 3 o'clock, yes, sir.
Thank y'all.